first of all, thank you, Seno, for rating. Second of all, I'm sorry, Dean, is this the second time that you redeemed an ad punishment? What the fuck? Do you... You know what? I'm like... I shouldn't even be mad. I'm the one who put that there, because like, it's an incentive for people to have curb bucks, and also it will give me approximately 3.2 cents in revenue. But also, like, why? Why do you like to hurt people? Luckily, you are subbed, so you don't have to suffer the wrath of that. Also, I think for the most part, everyone in staff. I evolved into a corporate person. Everyone in chat is basically subbed, so it's only gonna affect, like, the poor soul who pops in every now and then. But I will play the 30-second ad punishment on your behest. There we go. We work here now. Welcome, welcome. Oh my god, this music is so, like, classy. Hello. Hello, everyone. Alright. Don't redeem another ad punishment, because I have to open Twitch on desktop and go through all that. I don't know how to do it on Streamlabs. Anyway, hello! Whoa! That's not me! Where did my face go? Where did my... Hold on. That's not... Hold on. There we go. Hi, I emerge. That was kind of spooky. I only subbed for 2 more days. Who the hell was that? That was my shadow clone. Sorry. Anyway, hello. Hi. I have nothing pre-stream dialogue to say, except that I drove approximately 1 hour there and back to a Korean church in Virginia to just, like, because I heard good things. And it was pretty nice, but also it was an hour away, so I'm like, I'm not doing this every week. It was just one of those things that I was like, you know, I've heard good things. I might as well just try it once. Where's the gay lawyer pic? What are you talking about? The gay lawyer pic is on the gamer screen. We were obviously on the starting now screen, which is clearly different because there isn't the projector. So, you know. I don't know why y'all are acting like the gay lawyer picture was on every single screen when it's only on the gamer screen. Anyway. Hello. Your staff needs to do this. Oh my god. It's not that bad. Anyway. Hi. So I have snacks. I have water. I called my parents. Everything is good. I'm going to exit out of YouTube and start going into the Sangang Discord because I don't know about you guys. I'm running at like 2/3 brain power. That's, you know what? With you and your brain power and my brain power combined, Royal Wildfire, we could possibly form an entire brain. So I'm looking forward to this stream. Royal Wildfire is. We're both very excited. We gotta go. Opening the Great Ace Attorney 2 guide. That's, you know what? Maybe I should have it open. Just like, actually, I shouldn't risk it. But anyway, hello. Hello.
Have I been silenced, or am I heard?
You are heard.
Hooray!
Yippee! Hello, Royal. Hello, Royal. Alrighty. Oh, I forgot. We're not even at the trial yet. We're at this weird-ass upside-down room.
What? Oh yeah, I forgot!
He was doing his little dance. The investigation dance. Okay,
yeah!
So let me... Okay, hi, sexy. Let me, share the screen so Royal Wildfire can see. That's the last step in this.
Let me see him! Okay. I want to see
there you go.
my little boy. There he is!
Alright. So, to recap what happened last time... Oh my gosh, Ryan, hi! Ryan, hi! Ryan! Also, one last hello to, Senoleaf for rating. I also hope, Seno, if you're still here, that you're doing better and you get the rest that you require.
You better have slept all fucking day today, I swear to God.
Hell yeah.
I get to read that. Help. That's autoplay.
I was gonna say, we technically sorta read through this. Do you... Okay.
Not this.
Okay, alright. Because I remember going through it a little bit, but... Okay.
Oh! Yeah, we did... I thought this was the beginning of, like, the second part of the Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Okay.
Anyways. Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in this room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, therefore falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
Indeed. The key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. Dunk. For the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness!
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this.
The bomb.
An anti-gravity... the fucking bomb! An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day.
How did you know? I saw it in a dream.
I saw it in a dream.
But then why does it have a clock on it?
A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically.
What is bro on? Who let him cook?
Let him cook. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed.
Can someone post that meme where it's like source and then it's like a person levitating surrounded by blue and it's like I saw it in a dream. That's Sholmes right now.
Source. That's what... Oh. Anime transformation. Oh, both of them get a magical girl transformation. Ugh. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Thank you, Eldridge.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is.
Ah.
Interesting. I really like the visuals in this one.
Me too. This is sick. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving his footprints behind on the way.
But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently?
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now. Just for funsies.
He's so stupid.
Stupid.
Herlock Sholmes, you've done it again.
You've done it, buddy. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle.
Is this the
Stupid
most
fucker.
witnesses we've had to a Sholmes deduction? Because usually it's just like 2 people and Gregson is like in the background. This is a lot of people witnessing this.
Real. Ah!
Why are you trying not to laugh, Speed? What the you know that meme? Oh, my mom is kind of homeless. Don't laugh, Susanoo. What the fuck is wrong with you? She's completely spellbound.
Sure, spellbound is the word that we will use.
Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. Just one.
One thing. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life.
Okay, that is very uncalled for. Secondly, the thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean?
I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis.
Which you just said was bullshit, so...
Then bitch, how the
But your whole deduction hinges on it!
Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem.
Huh.
It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy.
Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Miss Susato lent me once. Objection! Oh, that was a Susato objection.
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, the spell's broken at last.
The rope you found on the floor was on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you had described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
British silence.
Just like continuing to pose and saying nothing.
Yeah, just the mysterious mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled.
That argument is about as circular as the coils of rope.
I think perhaps we need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yeah, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away.
If you're ready, then let us resume. Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Alrighty.
Logic and Reasoning Spectacular Part 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. I forgot how little skin he shows in the old outfit.
Real. A shame, truly.
It's a good thing you're pretty, sweetie.
Yeah. Force down to the floor.
What the? I didn't see that before.
Oh.
Do you see that?
Me neither.
Huh.
Yeah, no, I did not see that either.
I'm sure that'll come in handy.
Yeah. Gravity. Oh, thank. Yeah, furniture.
Alright.
But no, not actually.
To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room! I find the whole idea utterly enthralling! Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation.
But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so...
Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once.
Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Miss Susato.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Okay. Swing. Swing.
Swing.
Large safe?
Yeah.
Ah, look, Miss Susato. When everything seems to be upside down here, the safe is conspicuously the right side up. Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet.
Ah, that's a lot of large, very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there.
I certainly didn't say that.
Okay, alright.
He's like, I did not.
We have inverted furniture, more inverted furniture. Is there anything in particular?
It's all inverted furniture.
Yeah, it's all saying, it's the only thing that's different is the save.
Yeah.
Upright vase? Oh! It was hidden
hey.
by the text box, so I didn't see it.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure.
Ah, look
there were
at that.
only 2 whales.
Well, I know. That slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving.
Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Miss Naruhodo, you are quite cringe, and something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
Yep, let's present it.
I can't believe that he's like, oh yeah, it can't be the vase. It's not the vase. It can't be the safe. It's bolted to the floor. Wow, look at this pretty vase that's weirdly upright. Makes you think about the fragility of life,
Wouldn't
doesn't
you
it?
agree, Susato?
Yeah.
The
So I was
upright
like-
vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps?
No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me.
As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming, slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor.
Urethra, and it's the exception that breaks the rule.
In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all!
Is this the first time we made a course correction and Sholmes was like, fuck, I was wrong?
Fuck! God damn it!
My deepest sympathies for your loss.
Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes.
But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. And we're back. Oh, hello, Naruhodo, you're here too. Now that we know this contrivance was not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility.
You don't say.
Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here.
Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that?
Quite! And naturally, there was an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here, we're back to normal. The anti-gravity
He is
device,
absolutely
yes.
determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he?
It's the anti-gravity device!
I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer is written on a piece of furniture that's upside down.
Perhaps, yeah!
Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair. Oh yes, safe 432582. Safe? As in safe and secure? As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly more likely. Well, there's a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So you mean this number would let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though.
Take that!
Seems simple enough.
Yeah.
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination.
Precisely! I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not?
Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book, just in case.
That's it! For people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information.
Just keeping the ticket itself safe would have been more sensible, I think.
And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo?
When the day of the draw came round, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it.
That's it! For people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down.
Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room upside down.
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. But I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room.
Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgotten which one.
Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drubber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. We did it.
Alright. Anyway,
Meanwhile,
gravity definitely exists for this
now what?
solution, though.
Yes. No, just friends. He went up on the roof.
It still doesn't explain
above our
why there are
heads.
footprints up there, but, you know.
Yeah. A question says we needed to do my dear madam. Nearby skylight. Not quite.
Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that
Yeah.
particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well,
Halcyon minutes then.
I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into those situations in the first place. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Hey.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Hello.
What the
Whoa,
fuck?
whoa, whoa. What
Wait.
the hell?
Why are you
Why
feet up
is
there?
a shoe?
It's hard to
Oh.
believe, but would you say this is a parachute? Parachutes? Parachute? There's a shoe up there, look!
Oh yes, and there's more footprints on this little balloon too.
Thank you.
Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, don't you think?
If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though?
Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Anyway, let's present it anyway!
I guess. Interesting.
Oh, the visuals are so nice! The reason there are
God
footprints
damn.
in the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. Oh. Oops, sorry.
And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon.
With the balloon.
But
The
for
balloon.
what purpose?
A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar, Doctor.
Ah! It was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene.
And inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claimed he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception.
You mean to say?
If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there is a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway.
But
So he's running around with one shoe.
but the balloon's out of
Dumbass.
reach.
Hence why he resorted to a projectile. Namely, the shoe.
Oh.
Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights.
Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope?
Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope.
Alright, I have to
I'll
admit,
be right about one thing, damn it!
that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground?
Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well.
True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Oh,
We do!
interesting. We're presenting evidence.
That's fucking sick.
Crossbow. I didn't even need to think about it.
Hell yeah.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact.
God damn it.
And in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber.
If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this.
Good job, everyone.
So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon?
Bam.
Bam! Bam!
Uh.
Ha!
Ah!
What the? A waxwork?
It's the head!
Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock.
So we can't see the face inside, that means.
Damn it!
Just a moment. This is the head of the waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh, goodness.
I see you've joined the dots, Miss Susato. Excellent.
Ah, of course, a headless waxwork model.
The case of the abducted Madame Two-Spells model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing.
Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Two-Spells will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you've now surmised, is the head of the infamous Professor.
Yes. But why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the Professor from Madame Two-Spells and returning it, sans tete, earlier today, was none other than Enoch Drebber.
This is incredible! Professor Hairbrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. The waxwork head has been entered into the court record. So, head?
Thank you, L. Woods.
Retrieves
Finally,
phone from
the
ground,
head.
I guess.
Let's go. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this invention.
The music just came back on and like the UI has returned. That's nice.
Hello.
The architect?
Oh,
You mean Mr. Drebber?
As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room.
What?
And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction.
Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room?
I love his little smirk. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors?
Yes,
onions.
of course.
The British you.
Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be...
There's a wardrobe over there, and there's nothing over here. So there's literally nowhere else to click except for the wardrobe.
He is.
I literally couldn't move the mouse up and down. It was just left and right, so yeah.
He's simply there.
If you need to hide, there's no better place than a wardrobe. I stand firmly by that. Speaking of Mr. Wardrobe himself. Yes. You had some experience of that yourself a year ago, didn't you? We'll find him in there, mark my words. He would curl up in a ball, trembling and hungry, just like I was. In fact, my own hand is trembling with PTSD just thinking about making the discovery. Never mind, Mr. Naruhodo. He could be hiding somewhere else, you know.
Really? Really? Oh wait, I can move the mouse.
Yep.
Look at that mess in the front of the safe. Yes, plans and accounting ledgers. Almost as if someone was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact.
See you later, suckers. Locks myself in a safe.
Take that!
Real. He's just, and like, this man is supposedly incredibly tall. So
Yeah,
he's
so
just
he-
like fucking Tetrised himself into the
Before we
into the
gained
safe.
access to this
Stupid.
back room, we heard noises from in there.
Oh shit. I don't know why my mouse just happens to find the option screen every time. It's actually kind of incredible.
Real. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at this point in time.
What is this sexy-ass lighting? He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe.
And pressed for time made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the
I'm not gonna lie, this is a really good profile shot of Sean's. Like,
Yeah. God damn. Ah! Hello, Twitch chat. In case you didn't know, I'm gay. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
spin!
Look at him. Is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. He's in the safe. He's in the safe. Woo.
Elementary.
Well, that was simple.
Elementary. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you?
By opening the safe, you mean?
What else?
Let's see. The combination was 1432582. I knew that. All right, and here goes.
Girl, it's right behind you on that chair.
Oh my god. Oh
wait.
my fucking god. He looks like Vivzy Pop's Spindle Horse logo. Anyway. You want to voice him? Voice like a really
I was about to say
spoopy creepy.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, you're already voicing Van Zeke, so let me channel my inner Van Zeeks a little bit. You found me.
What the?
Hello? Oh, shit.
I don't know if you can hear this, but oh, you can't hear this, but he's making like robot sounds as he's moving. It's like, oh damn!
That's fucking
okay, Shotty,
sick.
let that white boy dance.
God damn! Okay, brother.
Okay, and we have harpsichord soundtrack playing in the background. Okay, King. Okay, King.
Holy shit! God damn! Right then, sir, Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. Correct.
Also, wait a minute, his design is really cool. Do you see the way his... Damn.
Yeah.
That's sexy.
That's fucking sick.
You better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built.
And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Two-Spells as well.
Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions, I must vogue real quick. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first.
You're right, he is kind of voguing.
Moving so mechanically.
Deactivate. Oh, I just realized, look at his design. Bit, yeah. It's a plus and a minus.
Oh shit!
Your parcel?
The time bomb. I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position.
Ah.
Ha, ha, ha. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then?
That's kinda... I'm sorry. I doubt that.
Shit.
Also, Radiant Rosa says,
Okay,
wish
bestie.
I looked like this guy. And I kinda feel that.
No!
Real.
Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare!
That was too close for comfort! I've got one foot in the grave already!
Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed?
Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
I hate this fucking man.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist!
Whew, I wouldn't push it. Oh, Eldritch says, I'm obsessed with the idea that Drebber assumed they would see the footprints and the bomb and get the fuck out of there quick, and instead they stuck around waffling while Drebber is sweating and cursing to himself like, holy shit, just leave already. Yeah, I think that was the point. And like the safe would protect him from the bomb. Meanwhile, they were like, you see, if we actually examine the surroundings, he threw a shoe up there.
Damn it.
And the gravity. I wouldn't push it. I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Anyway, hello. Hello, sexy.
Twitchy hand.
What on earth happened in here?
You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Drebber. Cyborg silence. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt.
Whistling?
Ah, that would have been me.
Oh,
Went a little Gregson there. For some reason, I woke in a fine fettle today.
No words, just tightly squeezed chips.
Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down.
We also found a rope over by the wall.
Yes, I'd hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. Cyborg silence.
And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set this parcel ticking.
Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police.
Well, call me the police! Sorry.
I said I had no intention.
I stand by what I
Got a
said.
death wish, have you? Got a death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb.
I'm the kind of self-shipper that I would
Dumbass.
ship myself with a fictional character who doesn't want me.
Hell yeah.
Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So, in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely.
but once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again.
I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within.
That's smart. Ah, so it is.
I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans.
Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up?
No, that was unforeseen.
What do you mean? God,
Funny.
he's so swagged out.
Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet.
Ah.
I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly, but you all seem to have a death sentence. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works.
He's
British
so
silence.
mad.
Yeah. You see this shit, Sholmes?
Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face, beside the usual eyes, nose, ears, and mouth?
Yeah, you got stupid written all over you.
I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now, but what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor
Cyborg
Harebrain's
silence.
instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to.
That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection for...
That's enough!
Oh.
Hi,
Hey, bitch.
sexy.
What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here.
Yes, well...
Dr. Scythe again, so the forensic investigation team are here.
And you know full well that
I'm
this
powerless
engineer
against women.
is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished.
British silence.
You lot, leave at once.
My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe?
Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes.
He's been in a goddamn situation with everyone.
She, like, Dr. Scythe.
If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you—
Get out!
But of course, we'll show ourselves the door! I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes?
It would appear that our delightful, entertaining investigations have run their course for today.
But
Mommy's
Mr.
upset.
Sholmes.
Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands.
Me when a bad bitch tells me to do something.
Real.
I said get out. Now, all of you. Your presence
Yes,
here
Mommy?
is not required either, Gregson.
British silence. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed.
Inspector.
I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids.
Some giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber?
So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one.
Eh? What are you... That one? You mean... Uh-oh. Cutscene.
Uh-oh.
PNG of a chain.
Oh! Oh shit, y'all better fucking move, you're about to die!
Oh, both of them have mustaches, they're doomed.
Oh no!
It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all of its secrets were blown away forever.
Damn.
Well, he's probably innocent, right? Like, Enoch Drebber? That's a really innocent thing to do. He's feeling a little silly.
Yeah, completely innocent.
A little silly.
He's just being a little silly.
A little silly.
He's just being a little bit of a goober. Yes. We're back in court. Okay.
Eldritch says he has mad riz, he's innocent. I feel that. No, you can't. You understand? He's sexy, so he's morally gray.
As my friend would put it, he's so pragmatic. That's her excuse for whenever there's like a sexy man who's like morally bad. Bless. Oh shit, I don't remember his fucking accent. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. That is not
good
it.
morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings?
German silence. I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to— Good morning, my dear fellows!
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here.
I am. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today.
Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again.
Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake that— My dear fellows, I must interject!
He's angry. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter?
Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not, to be cast in my direction?
Sorry?
We get it, Sholmes. You
I
have a
don't
praise
follow.
Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree.
Well,
Me
if I
too,
must
dude.
agree, then...
As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable, but you aren't. Iris had to employ her full gamut of
You, on the other
tactics.
hand...
She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred.
Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory.
Sorry to cut in. Oh, that's you?
Ah, sorry, the estrogen hit it.
Oh, Inspector Gregson, good morning.
Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh?
Oh shit, I forgot!
Mm-hmm.
They're both gonna. Ah!
Yeah.
Dear me, are you going to take that? Are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? What? I don't know!
Poor Professor.
Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for.
What paperwork?
Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful.
You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. Shit.
That's mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy?
He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here.
The killer's autopsy report has been entered into the record. Ugh.
Thank you, L. Woods.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector and Elwoods.
Yes, much obliged, Gregson.
Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Woman.
Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're gonna lay all this down to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor.
Jump in silence. I suppose he'll be in here today.
So I
Will
haven't
he?
seen spoilers on my Twitter dash, but for some reason, I have been seeing Barrack Von Zeke's ex Hairbrain fan art, like at least 2, and it's kind of cute.
Hey, yo! Oh.
Oops.
Nice.
Wrong emo.
Wrong person. Drepper.
Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness.
I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once.
Eee, courtroom!
Oh, yeah.
This is it then,
I gotta
the
pull out
final
the judge
chapter.
voice.
As we all know,
Actually,
trial
it's
number
the
3,
third
the
chapter.
final chapter. Funny, my heart's
yes.
racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding, this gay-ass premonition, as if something's gonna happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth.
You're going to be distracted by seeing Kazuma in sexy British wear.
I'm sorry, Kazuma? Kazuma's in this game? That's news to me.
Whoa. Not Kazuma. Totally not Kazuma.
Hi!
There's somebody
Hi!
else.
Hi! Hi, besties! Hi, besties!
Hey, buddy! Hey,
even at the idea of what's going on, we're like, tee hee, like I mean, we're twirling our hair and like giggling and kicking our feet.
I have to get down in my register for this, man. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed?
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. Susato stared.
Susato's not buying this shit. If I may, Lord Van Zieks.
Yes, my lord.
There appears to be someone standing at your side.
Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh my god.
Oh.
I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of this trial. The fucking stop, the sexy sword put away. I'm going to vomit. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments. Like, I don't know if you're like foaming at the mouth because of just like the anticipation, but also I am deeply attracted to Kazuma, so it's a combination of things to me right now.
Yeah.
The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment.
Quick, kiss him! Kiss him on the lips!
I know, but oh, this is so very hard.
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands that the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed?
It's the same jury, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same, guys. Of course, my lord! I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing.
To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law.
I was about to say, thank you for remembering Waluigi.
Yeah, I remember, as soon as I saw him, like, in the corner of the screen when the woman popped up, I was like, oh yeah, Waluigi! Any fixed scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
Jesus Christ, juror number 4.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
Damn it, I forgot this voice. Wasn't it like, one like this back of my day, one like this old?
Yeah.
Yeah, something tough like
Yeah,
that.
something like that. Yeah. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks.
Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons.
It was... what?
An explosion?
This is an outrage! Dunk! Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames.
I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. It
Hmm.
shows what. Ooh, so there is a passageway underneath. Interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes, a terrible business.
He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That's Enoch Drebber.
The court will take this print as evidence, counsel.
The post-explosion photograph has been entered into the court record.
Thank you, Elwoods.
Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before
Good job, Van Zeeks.
a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial.
Ugh!
You know, interesting that it was blown up exactly when the fucking Dispensation Act had been nulled. Perhaps almost like he knew.
Perhaps. As it
Perhaps.
stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity.
Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs.
However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine, and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
As Lord Van Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now.
That's right.
The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of an accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters.
Names, counsel, if you please.
The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant.
Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zeeks, summon your first witness, please. Summon that weird cyborg bitch.
At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand.
I knew it. This bitch.
State your name and occupation for the court.
Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say.
Oh, that sounds like
Though
a
I do
challenge to
dabble
me.
in voguing.
See that black monocle? Yes, I do feel like I've seen it somewhere. Oh, you should. I'm not really saying myself.
British silence. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind.
You're familiar with the public experiments carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration.
Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? Tink.
It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement?
Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all.
Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
I love how it's just two bitches who sound very similar, just talking to each other. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last.
What?
Good! Good gracious!
Yeah!
Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide?
Holy
Is
shit.
that your belief, sir?
I accidentally pinned the message. Damn it. I pinned Eldritch saying BRB. I will unpin it because it's not funny enough to leave pinned.
But that will be pinned.
I could pin him. That's
Did you check
true.
out
That deserves to be
the-
pinned.
Yeah, did you check out the rubber cup? Not yet. I will at some point. Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick. My assistant, where did he go? You've established nothing of the sort. And he's back again. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more.
Think. We procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Bring my mic a
The
little
kinesis
closer.
machine.
This one's hard to project with this voice.
Whatever you're comfortable
I
with.
met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, though through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed, somehow.
I like Eldritch's comment saying, SpongeBob saying, "Hi, Kevin. Hi, Kevin." But it's us and Cosmo. Like, whenever we see him, we're like, "Hi."
Kevin.
A body double?
That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. Deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines?
Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. We worked very hard. We asked and they said
Yes,
no.
good job, Anzi. Impeccable job. It's my understanding that the witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Trevor.
Indeed it did, my lord. Speak your shit. As a swindler who preys on innocent
I will.
scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how.
Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field.
Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science here. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was
An unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? I love how I have evolved his voice to be more of like a Siri.
Like a monotone, yeah.
This
it's
is
really
fun.
cool.
Yeah.
counsel for the defense? Your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Alright. It's present time.
Cross-examine me. It's present time.
And a year ago.
1 year ago. About a year ago.
So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself.
Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for.
So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular then?
Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering.
Not to mention excellence in fraud.
You take that back. I'll sadly vogue at you. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given.
In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other.
Alright. Blueprints.
The blueprints.
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and a knowledge of conjuring magic, however.
The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I have furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
It's a possibility that we have to explore.
Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there?
It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind.
And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear.
He must have planned all this right from the outset.
But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
The whole show was a fraud and required a body double. What if he does have a
Tell
twin?
me.
Of course, that's it! Mr. Asman was a twin! Oh my god, so fucking stupid.
Brother.
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. No, I heard you. Gomen, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled out that possibility.
Here you go.
It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the facts. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind.
Okay,
All
I'm
the
not gonna present,
spectators saw the bug.
but I'm just gonna see what evidence we have. Okay, so autopsy report. This is. Oh, we have so much evidence now. Okay, so we have the photo.
Yeah, we have a lot.
balloon. So from the balloon onward, from Enoch Drebber onward, that's new evidence. So we have Drebber.
Yeah.
We have the birdcage. We have the camera, the glass, the trophy, the waxwork head, the killer's autopsy report, and the post-explosion photograph.
We have so much shit to
So
look
much
at
shit.
some point. God damn.
Holy.
Ah!
It crashed head first, you say?
According to the many witness reports from those there are at the time, yes.
Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day?
Let me vogue to think about it. Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop.
Yet, another one of your unique inventions were found at the scene.
Cyborg silence. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower.
What a
Wait,
surprise.
wait. What the
What?
fuck? He just changed the story in the middle of the thing. He's like, right, Ryunosuke's like, so you were there? Not likely. But we found your crossbow here.
Likely.
Actually, I was there and I saw it happen. Bitch.
I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it?
How would you have come by that information?
Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body.
Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver, believed to belong to the defendant. Yes?
Oh my god. I just connected the dots.
What did you connect?
Oh, fuck. Okay, so... Oh!
Okay,
I think I know exactly how this happened, but let's continue. And
Okay, alright. And he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Honestly, what I'm thinking is that we said that, like, there was a flaming arrow that, like, the light, like, because there was, like, a burst of light that came from the grounds. Could it have been, like, a flaming fucking screwdriver or something? I don't know. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we
Do I
know?
want to explain it, or do you want me to explain it?
Let me at least finish reading through this.
Yeah.
Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know...
Very good, Judge.
Thanks for your contribution,
Important.
Judge. What we do know is that
Thank
the
you.
victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment, and since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken...
It's obvious that he fell from a considerable height.
Huh, I suppose that's hard to deny. Alright, so did the fourth one change? All this- okay, this didn't change. He just admitted he was there, but that didn't change.
No.
Alright, let's press this
Yeah.
last one, and then let's think about things. So
So
you understood the science, did you?
Not in the slightest.
Oh, right.
As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example.
But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on?
Let me vogue about it. Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you?
Oh, shit!
damn, get his ass.
Very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo! The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound.
Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis.
Okay. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand, damn, bars, tricked the professor and used him.
Bars.
They took advantage of his naivete and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Thanks, Ryunosuke, that really helps. Alright.
Awesome.
So what were you thinking?
So, I'm not entirely certain on what is the fallacy here necessarily, but I know exactly how all of this went down.
Okay.
So, how it happened, we see that there is a hatch on the floor of the experimentation stage. It was the real Mr. Asman who went into the contraption, and as we saw with it, that it has little nozzles where smoke comes out.
Mm-hmm.
And through that smoke, I don't know if it's right there on the side, the little green bump outs with the yellow ring around it, I think that's where the smoke comes out of it. And as the smoke rose, Mr. Asman was dropped down, and then Enoch Drebber shot down the balloon that had the bird cage in it, but in that bird cage was, in fact, the stolen waxwork model. And it's very interesting that the waxwork model that this person that they were modeled after was hung. And what happens when you're hung? Your neck gets broken!
I totally forgot that the waxwork model... Wait, when you said it was hung, you meant like the... Wait, what exactly do you mean by the waxwork model was hung?
Well, the person that the waxwork model was modeled after, they were hung to death.
Oh, so
for
it
their
was
crimes.
Oh yeah, so it was originally when the waxwork was made, they had probably a broken neck, and I remember they were climbing out of the grave, so they probably still sustained that injury.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Yeah!
Okay, Shoddy. I see where you're going. But
And probably the reason why the face is covered, because they probably look a little bit like Mr. Asman, if not is Mr. Asman. That I'm not certain about.
okay.
But yeah, now I think it's time to take a look at the evidence.
Mhm.
We just brought out the whole fucking... Oh, hello.
We just have it.
Why is... We just have the whole thing.
Ah, look here, Mr. Zato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height. Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. Leaving the man inside tragically dead.
Ooh, the details. It crashed down, causing damage to the face, not to the head.
To the base! Not head first!
Interesting.
So how is his neck broken?
I mean, it would still fuck you up a little bit, but that's interesting.
Yeah, but you
Alright.
wouldn't have a broken neck from that. My theory, it was
Oh.
totally the waxwork.
Oh, look,
yeah,
the
and we
cover
still have
came
to look at
open.
the picture from this.
Yes,
Oh,
now,
shit.
there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Is something wrong? There is no plate. It's been removed.
Huh.
Oh, what a pity. I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just the waxwork, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we never would have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Susato-san, she looks devastated.
This was the camera that was found at the waxwork exhibition. So that's that.
Yeah.
Oh, ooh, oh, that's how that
Oh,
works.
shit.
I've always
Huh?
seen the little like accordion flaps like in movies, but I didn't know that's how it comes out.
What the fuck is that?
What a wonderful machine!
You really love contraptions like this,
Huh.
don't you?
Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, Shirley.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, Father tells the time by the rumbling of his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch.
Poor Professor
I love
Mikatoba.
Susanoo. She's so silly. Hey, what the fuck is that?
Also, yeah, why is there?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows, just here, there seems to be some very dark red stains.
Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually.
Oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Ha 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 ha. The details has been updated. When the lens is extended, dark staining is visible. Alright. Okay.
Oh.
Interesting.
Oh.
I
Oh.
I think that's it. I think that's
I'm
it
gonna
for,
lose my fucking
for the
mind.
cam. Alright. Look at all this evidence.
Wow, look at the glass.
This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide.
Me.
Yes, I haven't seen anything
Real.
like it. If you were to compare it to human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. I thought that was gonna go somewhere else. There's really no need
Me
for such a
too.
comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know.
Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely?
Yes, I think so too. This probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure.
Yes, I forgot exactly where we found it, but it was
it was
found
in
in the
the
folds of the clothing of
in-
the professor's
yeah.
waxwork. Oh my god. It's all
Mhm.
fucking
Yeah.
connected
Yeah.
to
We know. We know what's going on here.
There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it?
But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a talented scientist.
Was.
You wanna look at something else? Oh. I guess that's it. I was really expecting something else to be like, eh?
Yeah, me.
Yeah, but nothing on top, nothing on bottom. It's oh, wait a minute. That's the nope. There's nothing.
Yeah, that's just a
Alright,
plaque.
that's it. Huh? I don't know why we have it
Interesting.
though. All right. Hello. Hello.
Wait a minute.
There was a light
Yeah.
up blue for a second. I know. I saw it. Damn it. Come on.
What the hell?
It's like playing Where's Fucking Waldo.
Look to the other side of
there
it.
we
Yeah,
go.
that's what the key is. Yeah.
This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal.
I know. It's starting to make me livid, actually.
Mrs. Naruhodo, please.
I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. I think Naruhodo
Damn.
might have like a weird claustrophobia now because of his trauma.
Probably.
Well,
Oh,
yes,
buddy.
that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger.
Oh, right. Sorry. All right. Thanks, guys.
Huh.
Really wrapped up the discussion here. And I think that's it.
Okay.
Yep. That seems to be it. I
Yeah.
can't examine the little latch here, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
that's that.
There's an actual key that goes with it.
Okay, this is the autopsy report for the professor. Death by hanging, confirmed at midnight. Courtney. Oh, Stevens? What?
Courtney
Wait,
Stevens.
I thought the autopsy report was her name was Courtney Scythe. Wait, is she widowed? Does that mean she's available? Sorry. Post-explosion photograph. Yep, and we know all this. All right.
Yeah, and then this is just looking.
So that's the evidence that we have. So the major things that have changed
Cool.
is the wooden birdcage. The base was damaged. The camera
Yeah.
with the stain, and that's the main things that changed.
Yeah. The birdcage is the one that we have to present. For the one where it said it fell head first.
Okay.
Yeah!
Crash head first into the tower.
Head first, you say?
Head first.
What have you with this? Fuck you!
We've examined the birdcage that crashed in the crystal tower ourselves. It's in my pocket right now. As you can see, the cage,
Yeah, I was about to say, we took it out of our pocket.
which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of the damage.
Huh.
All of the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top.
What are you saying?
That's the opposite of where they should be!
Thank you,
Thank
Judge.
you, Judge. Very cool.
That's right, my lord. Good job. You get a treat. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at the base.
Yippee!
So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at... Wait.
What?
You know, yeah, which were at some point switched during what wasn't... Wait, so is this the birdcage that was found at the stage or at the crystal tower?
This is
Hold on.
yeah, it's the crystal tower, but it was moved to the experimentation
That was
stage
used for the demonstration.
after it was cleaned up.
Okay, so because what he's saying about the two bird cages was like, sorry, it just confused me for a second. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery.
Gah.
I like
What?
how he
Yeah,
uses the red
here's what-
text a little bit.
Yeah, I like it, but it also confuses me. I'm like, what are you?
Maybe the red
Oh,
text indicates
fuck it,
like
wait.
his like, you know, less robotic voice coming out.
Maybe. Good gracious! Explain yourself, witness! Well,
Oh, you're so sexy when you're scared.
I actually
Sorry.
like that.
What?
I actually like that headcanon, and I'm going to adopt it now whenever I
Yay!
speak as him.
If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witnesses' reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. All I'm saying is making sense. At an altitude of some 60 feet over
Yes.
ground level.
which is approximately 18 meters.
It then proceeded to fall
A
some
mattress.
30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration, which is approximately 9 meters! Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. But the victim's neck was broken! He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed.
Cyborg silence. Let me vogue. A riveting, scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually.
He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his.
If you're going to establish this deception, do it right.
Sorry?
I feel like that's the undertone here.
Ah, yes, and that's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates.
What?
Dunk!
It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter.
Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course. We must treat the matter scientifically, after all.
Oh, I nearly had him there. Ooh. You
I'm doing the robot. Damn.
Yeah.
The kinesis clearly took place, because there's nowhere else 30 feet high from the birdcage to have fallen from.
The balloon.
Girl.
Lit. Like, wait. How? Wait, Robot Fire. What do you think?
I do think it's the balloon, obviously, but I don't know which balloon thing it's supposed to be.
You know
I
what?
guess photograph a balloon makes sense.
Let's make a quick little save.
Mm-hmm.
A little
Oh
save
wait, let's
save.
press it first.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Hold it.
Hi, Shiori.
Just so
hello,
we could
hello.
possibly get some extra information about it.
Yes, that's true.
Shiori!
What do you mean?
Oh, damn it! I keep clicking on
Girl.
those like little buttons.
My brother in Christ. Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive, on stage in front of the audience.
Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true.
And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. Here you go.
The balloon that Was that you voicing the apprentice? Oh, here you go.
Yeah! Here you go.
Shiri says, I just got home. I'm here for gay lawyer time. Yay! Join us!
Welcome to
balloon.
Gay Lawyer Time.
Welcome.
It's getting scaby!
It's gonna get gayer. The balloon that exploded
It
was
is.
at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell.
And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if you didn't drop it out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh, yes. It's all very well thought out.
Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes.
So that told us nothing new.
Yeah, kinesis clearly took place nowhere else 30 feet from to have fallen from. We're saying it can't have been the balloon.
Objection!
No!
I know in a
Saying
second.
they literally just said it can't be the balloon.
I know it's not that because the music continues. Oh my god.
No,
My brother in
Judge,
Christ.
don't be mad at me. Oh, gomen, Umf-chan. Oh. Gomen.
He literally said it could not have been the balloon.
Well, you didn't say it convincingly enough, okay?
Bruh.
sorry. Wait, so you're,
that was you.
so you're saying it couldn't have been the balloon?
No,
So what is it then?
because if you, that is a good question. Also, looking at the wait a minute. Can
Wait,
we
what about the
look
stage?
at-
Wait, which birdcage are we talking about? I'm confused.
okay,
What
so
if there were
we're
two
talking
bird
about
cages and we're
we are-
talking? Oh, sorry.
no, continue.
I was gonna say, there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. What I'm thinking is, the birdcage that we're looking at is the one Asman was originally in that fell base first. It fell down from the kinesis machine into the little pit. That's why it fell
Potentially,
base
yeah.
first, despite everyone seeing the birdcage that appeared falling head first. Hold on. Let me cook. Let me fucking cook.
Maybe
Damn it! Don't let me cook!
Yeah.
I could have sworn that was it. Oh my god, I thought it was onto something. Don't be mad, Ung-chan.
Yeah. I'm not mad, but cause the thing is, what we were told about the birdcage that appeared back on the experimentation stage is that it was the birdcage that was at the Crystal Tower. It was the birdcage that held, quote unquote, Mr.
The body
Asman.
that was autopsy reported.
Yes. Yes.
So like the one that was over here. Not the one that was here. The one that was poof over here.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, the one that was in the balloon. The fuck is this screwdriver? Balloon taken by Gots. It shows him that the balloon in the closest screen exploded. I gotta piss real quick.
Alright, go piss.
You mull this over.
Why is it not the balloon? I'm gonna present this just for kids. Royal Wildfire, no, I got it! Royal Wildfire, come back! Come back, I got it! No! Wildly presenting evidence worked for me the third time because I'm smart. Not because the law of probability means I will succeed at least once. Anyway, Royal Wildfire is free to go piss. Meanwhile, I'm going to restock on snacks. So it is the balloon. It was just a specific piece of evidence that it needed, which is the usual, I suppose, with this game. Oh, it's so quiet now that we have evidence presented. Why does he, like, tap the... Not to be, like... You know, there's a video out there that was, like, a TikTok where, like, a man is doing, like, anything, like, crossing his legs, and then God's voice rings out going, gay. Like, I hate to be that, like, person, but the way Ryunosuke is tapping the paper is a little bit fruity. My head hurts? Oh, I'm sorry, Eldritch. You can always, get whatever rest you require. It's okay. Royal Wildfire and I can always tough it out without a literal walking, source of information. Just made a grilled cheese with not so real- What do you mean with not real cheese? What do you mean with not- Then what was it? What'd you grill? I made a ham sandwich and let's just say, there wasn't exactly ham in it. So what do you mean? What happened? I am confused.
I returned. Did you figure something? What the
Literally right away I presented it and got it right. Just right as you left.
Huh?
So yeah.
Huh? How the
This
fuck
is
does
a
this
diagram
work?
of the experimentation stage and its surroundings.
Cyborg silence. Confused.
We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down into the crystal tower.
Dunk.
A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters.
9 meters.
However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet, or 9 meters. No!
Bitch, what is it? I don't know. Dang.
Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. No, we don't. Go ahead, counsel. Do something.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this diagram where they
shit.
could have fallen from. Okay.
It's
Oh, I like that move.
balloon.
Ha, yeah,
The balloon.
yeah.
Ha!
What?
The
Can I, like-
balloon?
Why can't I, like, go up? Why is it, like, cut off here? Like, should
I guess
you know what?
The balloon.
Save number 2.
Woo!
Even when it's the right
The
piece
return of the
evidence.
great departed soul. Gah.
Good. Alright. Balloon?
I assume. The
If it
balloon?
had fallen
Yeah!
from here, the birdcage would have plummeted the same 30-foot distance.
Shut up.
If that's my learned friend's claim, I suggest he demonstrates for the court, personally. Uh-huh?
Damn.
No! The when it does the
You may
delayed
consider this the
pop up.
pausing game.
Damn. Ugh, I feel like I've just hit the deck from 30 feet up anyway now. Alright.
Don't give me recourse to make the next fall from 60 feet up, You will indicate the place to which you are referring on the same diagram.
You know what? Fuck it. We can just keep going. So, I clicked on this. So,
Yeah.
I'm
Wait.
like here? I'm
No.
confusion.
No. Hey, Sang, remember what your previous theory was?
You know that I fell from here?
Mm-hmm. Try it. See what happens.
Oh, well.
Perhaps I was spitting. The place I'm referring to is here!
You were spitting! But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with!
Which is
But I
exactly the point, my lord!
Okay, so, to clarify,
There are two bird cages. One that the witnesses saw plummet 30 feet into the tower, and one that was holding the, like, initial man. And so, I'm assuming the bird cage that was found at the scene with the dirty base was the one that was holding the initial man, not the one that plummeted head first.
Yeah.
now it's coming together. Okay.
Huh, interesting. I could have sworn that they said that that was the one that was in the Crystal Tower, and not just a random bird cage that was found
They
at the
could
scene.
have,
Oh, well.
perhaps, I don't know, like maybe they swapped them. But what we must also consider is the height
Maybe.
of the stage itself.
Go on, Council.
I feel so fucking smart. It turns out that the experimentation stage
Hell
was
yeah.
built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, actually, I just realized the evidence and like what I'm presenting was literally the exact hypothesis I had. It was just like the wrong evidence. So like, you know,
You figured it out eventually.
give me some credit or something. You see that it's about the same height above the
Yeah.
ground as the balloon was above the crash site.
Ring!
When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam.
Interesting.
Tonk!
Dunk.
At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience have fallen almost exactly the same distance.
Oh!
Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two!
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Oh, we do!
Brother,
We have a
you
photo!
literally presented the evidence.
Someone
that
is
gives us
responsible
that.
for the criminal
Dumbass.
destruction of the kinesis machine itself. It's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print, you know, the one that you presented. Look at that.
Take a look at this photograph. Oh. Good lord! The metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone!
Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber,
Huh?
it was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Asman's life, and lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Oh, oh shit. Oh shit.
Alive!
Two very different reactions.
Just
I
a
fucking
whole
love them.
guttural growl. Think.
If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would
I
like to
just poured
crush
that
the
for you.
defense's arguments slowly, but surely.
What?
I just poured that for you. What the fuck?
The argument fails to hold water on 2 counts.
Bro.
2?!
Yeah,
I
like
can't
the
count
amount of
that
bird
high.
cages you say there, Rise.
Firstly, before and after the experiment, the witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that.
And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to.
The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crouched in the tower are the one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. Ugh. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. Motive? Do I have to think of everything myself?
Bro.
I have here a contract provided by the witness.
What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks?
The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income.
30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause.
What provision?
Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting partners are alive.
In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. That's because he's not dead.
Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. I feel like you're forgetting that we introduced the pair of swindlers, not just Drebber. So you're not thinking about Asman's motive as well.
Yeah. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
Drebber's contract has been entered into the court record.
Thank you, Elle Woods.
It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the bird cage on the... we know what happened. We know what happened, Ryunosuke.
Yeah.
It's fine.
There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too.
Woo! Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Cyborg silence. Well, I must say, I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. And the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit. Oh, Lord. Oh, Mr. Hairbrain.
At the
Nope,
beginning
never mind.
of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 bird cage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first.
Cyborg silence.
I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired.
Frowny face, he's angry.
So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord, Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Oh, we
An
get to pick out from the
accomplice
people
now.
who the accomplice was.
Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're
Yes,
accusing
we
not
are.
only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If those accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
Yes, but click the yes
Yeah.
button. Click the yes button. Click the yes button.
It's time to click the.
It's not just a
I don't know
hunch.
for sure.
No,
Brother
no,
has
no.
an accomplice.
It's fine.
It really is.
We're good.
Here. Silence. Oh, yeah, I have to make my position clear. Did he have an accomplice or not?
Name the accomplice.
Never back down, never what?
The
Never back
defense
down,
is
never
ready
what?
to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the
We
two
got
bird
it.
cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. Oh wait, maybe the accomplice is the coroner, not Mr. Asman. That would make sense
Maybe.
because according to the
Counsel.
coroner's report, that's impossible. Yeah, my lord?
Yeah. You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. Dink! So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
Okay, firstly, gonna
Yeah,
fucking
they're kind.
say-
Yeah,
because it could
It-
be either of the two.
it could
but-
truly be.
yeah.
Yeah, it could be either one.
But he specifically
Or
mentioned that
it-
according to the coroner's report that it was not true. So I feel like that's
Yeah.
pointing
Oh,
towards.
hi, buddy. Yeah.
Damn,
It
he's only
could also
35?
be Holy
shit.
shit.
Yeah.
It could also be a like a thing of there's two correct answers and either
Mm.
one will let you
That
see-
could be true.
well,
I
either
also
one
think
will let you
the
progress.
yeah, it was the balloon man.
It was Balthazar.
It was the German boy. He doesn't. Oh my god, his full name isn't even on here. Poor guy.
What the hell?
Uh-oh.
The name of the person in question is... Uh-oh.
What's wrong,
Uh-oh.
my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that.
Of course I'm
Well-
afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely gonna make waves.
Oh, I actually thought I was wrong because the music is still going. But he says specifically
Oh.
her, so it's not like a
Yeah.
generic answer.
This isn't. Yeah.
I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. Oh, the music stopped. I'm sure it will be
Oh.
alright, Miss Naruhodo. Thank you,
This
Mrs.
isn't a
Otto.
fill-in.
The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes.
You
Big
kept us
Naruhodo.
waiting long enough. You'll answer, Counsel, now.
The person
Let's
who
go.
colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
What? What the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe?
The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim?
Yeah.
We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence.
Angie.
It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify.
Rabble, 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 rabble.
Corn!
Corn.
You got nerve, lad! Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud!
I didn't mean to.
I know that woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once.
A grave problem? Oh my word!
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
What?
Certainly. If the bird cage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, the cage must also have contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone. No missing persons! Interesting.
No missing persons!
Almost like it wasn't a
missing
person.
waxworks.
Yeah, makes you think, Oh, this is fun. It's fun knowing the answer.
Yeah.
You've got the answer!
You do.
What
This
can I do
body
to
stunt was
reveal?
achieved.
Hold on. Evidence?
Yeah, let's look at the evidence.
I mean, we have the waxwork head. That could be one of the evidence.
Yeah.
I don't think we can name anyone.
No. Actually.
Oh.
I do think that present evidence is correct, but I think also name something is correct too.
Oh wait, I just realized.
Because
the defense will address my learned friend's concerns. Oh! Get old, Barrick!
Get his ass!
Actually, it's you're the one who's learned.
Evidence. I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name.
If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now.
The body double and the birdcage were hiding underneath the balloon, which means any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators?
Meters.
Aha!
The body double inside the second birdcage was... Please.
Present that head.
Please.
Yeah.
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contains something else. What's been described as a... I love your enthusiasm. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower.
Yes, counsel. According to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact...
It's alright, Miss Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it.
I'm gay! Thank you, Miss Usato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that...
What?
What the fuck? Was it there the whole time?
I guess.
That thing there. That, like, kind of jump scared me a little bit. I didn't expect to zoom in.
Me too. Me neither. Oh, that's fucking sick.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Open your eyes and look into mine. Oh my gosh. Like, in front of everyone?
I want you to look me straight in the face. Now
No.
tell me,
No,
dead ass.
What are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Renosuke. This is time to show your Japanese spirit. Hey-ya! As the court will observe, this is a... Oh, I need to be nervous, Renosuke mode. This is a waxwork model.
Yeah.
Slappity. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murder from 10 years ago. The professor. You started by... It's 9:45. Excuse my alarm. You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork that suddenly spawned in the courtroom? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Two Spells.
Did you say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing.
Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Gah!
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide? Uh-oh. Hey, jurors, before you, start juring, wait a minute. If you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. Oh, I think that's you.
My lord! Someone very similar. I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
Oh, Lord.
Dink. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty.
I would like
Oh,
to...
voices.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! He does sound a little Waluigi-esque.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh, I already forgot the actual voice of the Waluigi man, but it was not like Waluigi, and I'm sad.
It was a little bit.
So, a little bit. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that was gonna happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do, and uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. I agree. I'm gonna have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation
I'm just gonna skip through this a
Are
little
you and your fellows ready to proceed? We are, my lord! Don't worry, I read fast. Very well! In that case, I ask you to now state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of something. Killing, yep.
Killing.
How is he guilty? Let me know. I want to hear the tea.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything.
It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with each other.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I'm just realizing if you go back to the girl, she got cleavage happening.
She got some. She breast and boobily in this courtroom. That's true.
She's breasting boobly all over the goddamn courtroom. Goddamn.
I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much.
I am wanted in 17 countries.
I'm banned.
I'm banned from every Applebee's
seen-
in the States.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork has ever been was ever inside the bird case. It's conjecture.
I know they contradict that.
Accusing someone without raw evidences is not a proper job, is it? I won't have it.
Interesting order
Angry little
for these
8-year-old.
things.
Yeah. Somewhat unsurprisingly,
Oh god, that
it
scared me.
seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Please don't go back to that, it scares me every time.
Its face is obscured, its build in no way resembles that of the victim. I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity. Oh, temerity is an interesting word. I wonder what that means. Probably, stupid. It means you're, stupid. That's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling.
I loved you going back from, like, Sangold voice to, oh shit, I'm voicing
to the-
Van Zieks.
No, it's like, I'm skipping through it and I was like, oh, like, this is like a Van Zieks-ism, so I was just getting in character for a second.
Yeah. Like,
With events is something far more
This is a
significant
big
than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Case. Prevent the trial from ending prematurely as well. I have to find
Yes.
a way out of this.
Please, if you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord.
You don't even have to ask anymore. I know you want it. Go ahead.
Look at that gay ass man looking over there. The bombastic side eye.
Bombastic side eye. Criminal offensive side eye.
I can do that.
The order of things seems to have changed around here first. Yeah, me too, Ryunosuke. Why is juror number 5 speaking first?
Yeah. He's
Um,
juror number 6.
Actually, wait. Why are there? Oh yeah, there are 6 jurors. For some reason, I was like, I thought there were 5. I'm a copper, lad. It's
No.
copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that? I have a gun.
A lot
Where-
of things, actually.
Do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years. That's even more than I thought. We've only had one metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back then when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime,
And
we
now
had
we
to fight
back
to win the
around,
public's trust
and
as
we
well.
don't trust them.
And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now, and she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right. About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngerish bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you'll hear me complain, so we dreamt her back then, I tell you. Could you tell me without holding a gun in the air? We were all out. I'm still holding a gun. Full of him, we were full of him. That's coming across very loud and clear.
Interesting that she got her start 10 years ago. The same time.
You know,
That-
remember the coroner,
the professor
coroner
case.
report? Or not, but wait, actually we can look at the contract later. But remember Courtney, like, the name changed?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Also, let's actually look at this while we're here.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. The investor, Mr. Odie Asman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a quote-unquote
machine, the
super
machine.
high-voltage instantaneous concede. Yeah. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive.
Odie
Oh,
Asman,
Asman
Enoch
E.
Drebber.
Drebber.
I like that the D here looks like kind of like the
Mhm.
Disney D. You know, where it looks kind of like a G?
It does. Yeah.
You know that woman for years.
Okay. This was nonsense.
But we're only just starting to understand this case.
I'm reading the paper, shut up.
What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind the slaughter on the Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. It was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right, oh. This woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Okay.
Oh, she is
Yeah,
boo-booing.
see, look, she fucking breasted boo-booing.
Hell yeah, good for you,
Goddamn.
girl. Oh dear, this is most troubling.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
Why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he?
True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection.
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork.
Romantic?
A woman of society as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know.
Me too. She's Fujoshin out right now. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you didn't want to.
One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Oh, perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutioner just there.
This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for.
If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Okay, so, I'm not gonna present anything, but I'm just going to see if we have any evidence that links the coroner to the wax, because currently we don't. We don't have anything.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's gonna come up later, okay? Alright, well, Luigi time.
And interesting how we're talking about relationships between people, and the coroner's name had definitely changed at some point.
From
For
Stevens
whatever
to Scythe.
reason. Yeah, from Stevens to Scythe. I have many thoughts,
What
but I
sort
have
of
nothing
names?
concrete yet. I just have a bunch of thoughts. Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street.
Right, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Holy shit! The girls are fighting!
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole? Why do we know his name? Who are you calling a mass murderer?
Cause he was there at the, like, the first instance of, like, the waxwork
Oh, yeah.
thing.
Oh, was he?
And he was one of the 3D models that
Oh, yeah.
first thought was a real person.
Not
And
important enough to
then
be here,
when
I
it
guess.
was shown that when it was shown that the other 3D model was missing an arm, but
Ye-
it was a
oh,
waxwork, we
gotcha,
thought,
yeah.
oh, so is this man also a waxwork? And it's like, no,
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
a
I
real
remember.
person because his leg is twitching. Yeah.
Gomen, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like that, man. You want to be locked up too, sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes, who is here, canonically. Perhaps we could move on.
Hi!
Hi, Mr. Sholmes. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days,
Back in my day.
it wasn't like this! What was it like then, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you? Come.
No one would have called me a coroner. No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was a hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name. Oh! Stevens!
Interesting!
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Oh, so it's the opposite of what I guessed. She got married?
Ah, she married.
Her maiden name. So that was before she was married. Of course, yes. Silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Yeah.
Actually, wait. We saw it in the autopsy, obviously, but is there anyone else?
Yeah.
Odie
Wilson
has
Strongheart,
there.
Aspen,
Best fan.
Two
Jamie
spells.
Gregson, two
Loon.
spells.
Boy.
Scythe, Dripper.
Okay, so
Okay.
there isn't like a
No
someone
one that
named-
we know of. Yeah.
Anyway, the point is those were great days of policing. Not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. Do you think you could change your statement to include that name? So I could, like, you know, pit it against everything else? I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. Legendary coroner even then. Alright, so that was the first statement. That was that. Then
Yeah.
we pressed Waluigi.
Uh,
And then we press...
Yeah.
Yeah.
this motherfucker.
But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick!
That I did. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared amidst an explosion, there have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, that's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence.
Evidence that the waxwork was inside the birdcage.
Yup.
Yeah, we do. We have the
We've
glass.
got it.
Actually,
We got the
I have something
glass.
I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh, I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats, so given your jet black outfit, I do mind admitting to a sense of reputation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. Alright, I do have some evidence. Damn. Rinosuke, get him. Get his ass.
Get his ass. The glass! What's that? A piece of glass? That was unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
A crystal tower. Holy smoke!
Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated. Is that it?
Precisely. So what do you say? Now that there's clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Jury of silence. Silence. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. The woke. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. Thank you. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
Alrighty. Hi Seno, help what
The
is
presence
this
of
dialogue?
that piece of glass is in. Little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage.
Do you want to press it or just continue?
I
feel like it- I feel like
I
this
mean,
is
I guess
something
we
that
could
has to
press
be
it again to
pitted.
see if anything's changed.
Sure, why not?
Probably. We could press it again and see if
Thank you
anything's
for
changed.
reconsidering your position, sir.
Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude.
Ah.
I'm waiting. What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects?
What is it about scientists, honestly? Alright, that was cool.
I want to hear you say thank you, science.
Raw evidences.
Oh.
I've gotta ask,
Well-
what if you brought that corn into the courtroom with you? Oh my god, I just noticed, dude, she's eating a plate of corn in the scene. Sorry. Sorry. I had to make that joke at least once. Okay. Corn on cob, he's been growing back on the farm. Picked him up on me way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is. Yes. The nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial? Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need kernels at times like this. Oh, get it? Kernels? Because whenever something big to decide, the kernels always point me in the right direction, see? You're talking about your cob of corn?
Fucking children of the corn looking ass.
Nibble not guilty out. Nibble, nobble, guilty, bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble, nobble, guilty, bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble, nobble, guilty, bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home. So Professor Hairbrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Oh, I don't know about that. My time's awfully full already. Amazing! Oh, Ryunosuke slaps my leg. You're a real kidder, you.
You know what?
Anyway. I know it seems a little far-fetched
That
to think
gets
the
up the
waxwork
case.
model was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot. If there's really a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used, we must do everything we can to make sure the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean while trying to change the juror's mind. Gameplay! If you can eat a book while eating a if you can read the book while eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruto, I'm sure you can do this. Right, yes!
Alright. So, this is
Yeah. Okay.
this is different.
That's a thing.
The waxwork has nothing to do with the coroner, members of the police.
Yeah. Let's. Okay,
Okay.
not this guy.
So, what I'm thinking is, so remember the lady was talking about relationships? I'm thinking maybe we connect the waxwork with the, like, you know, Madame Two spells. Because, admittedly, and this is slightly spoilerish, I have seen fan art of them together. So, you know.
Ah. Well, I think there's a more obvious connection to be had here
Sure.
with, not with her.
Yeah, but, like,
but
keep going?
the presence of the piece of the glass leaves me in a little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage, and that if you go over to the kid...
The kid? Without right evidence.
Yeah,
Oh,
accusing someone without
gotcha.
right evidence. That's the more obvious one.
That makes
That
sense.
we could get something, and perhaps we can expound on the relationship thing later, once
true.
we've gotten this done.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a minute, juror number 5? No. Oh, you mean me? You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence, but the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence. The defense is sorry, I got distracted. Senolief says the voice acting is on point for this one. Thank you. As the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Of course you don't.
If I could interject here,
Please do, sir.
now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further. Bank! Not guilty!
Hello.
Ah, well, me too then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman said he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anything who's got stuffing between your ears.
Oh my god, I thought she was gonna slap it with the corn.
Head big!
Success! If you could call it that.
No, we didn't.
Well, of course he's got some evidences. There's a whole other cob of corn in it. Lovely daub.
Okay. Alright. Skippity. Damn it, whenever I say like skibbity, I forget that it sounds like fucking skibbity toilet. Damn it. And like, I do this to myself. Okay. Anyway.
Of course, a legendary coroner, even then.
So,
One thinks the two would be conniving with each other. Those Charlie's who stole has nothing to do with coroner, is it?
I guess.
Objection!
yeah. These two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you?
I presume you heard what juror number 6 said in his last statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn...
Did someone say colonel?
No, I said coroner, corn girl, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean.
Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord, I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murder. It's a this. It's a this. Look at this. It's her. She's there.
Take that!
Gee.
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor.
The professor's... But the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my, Courtney Stevens!
Strike a light! It appears that this professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago, and a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Two-Spells, a waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all.
And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Me too, girly.
Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my damn day. I wish I head up.
Oh my god, my throat hurts so much doing this voice. It's not practical. Holy.
Real.
Welcome.
We're here to hope old justice in the end. Oh my god. Oh Jesus.
Welcome to voicing old ass men.
You mean Odie ass man?
Dunk!
Do you think that's what his name is a pun to? Old ass man.
Old ass man. Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue.
We did it! Oh, well done, Miss Naruhodo! Another wonderful victory!
Okay, Grandma, time for bed, says chat. Send him to the Stardew Valley grandpa bed. Damn. Flattened his ass.
A waxwork of the despicable professor. Despicable he.
Shut up! I was yawning, shut up.
used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner? Madame Tuspels!
Madame Tuspels. French person in the court? I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of enquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh, yeah?
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
Ooh. Dunk! The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Ooh. Well, we got through that fast. I think we got through that faster than usual because we just knew everything. Yeah. We weren't stuck, really? That feels really
like,
good.
Oh yeah, it's this. Oh yeah, it's this.
Yeah.
There was just a little bit of a hiccup with it, but for the most part, we knew. We were locked in.
We been new.
We been new. I'm gonna take a
Hi,
sippy.
sexy.
Hey! Ah, the knight errant himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Schultz? I heard you that one time and I did say hello back.
Yes, thank you for saying hello to me again.
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least.
I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself.
It's been very fun. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense! What's this professor business all about?
Poor Hairbrain, he's like wrapped up in all this and he's like, my invention!
He's in the middle of some shit. He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
Capita,
Yeah,
I also
confused the professor.
I also confused his name for Herobrine, so I see what you mean. Of course.
Herobrine.
You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Oh, he wasn't there.
Yes. Ah, yes, the professor.
When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies!
As it turns out, Lord Van Zeeks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. Historians will say they were great friends.
And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man.
You make it sound deliberate.
I would have made it deliberate.
I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes? In what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Trevor, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zeeks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow.
Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me with an empty set, all alone, with no intersection to any other.
Excuse me?
Excuse me.
Oh! Hi! Hi!
Hey, bitch! Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe, nee Stevens. Good day to you. I have no idea if I pronounced that correctly, but
I've actually, yeah, I guess that's how you would say like the previously maiden name thing. Huh. I never heard that before.
yeah.
Hello,
Nay.
Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me.
Damn it! He just moves away.
To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happened, Dr. Scythe, and I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice!
Get him, Susato!
I've always fought crime in a way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you, woman.
Woman?
She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to be or not.
Hold on. Sorry,
I think it's already apparent for me, Sholmes.
Is it like, this is connected to the Hound of the Baskervilles thing, right? Or is it not visible yet?
Yeah, I think so.
Huh?
But, I think Sholmes and I are potentially on the same brainwave.
Perhaps.
Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits.
Imagine looking at the jury and everyone
Pretty
is like in a top hat and an English like suit, and then you see this asshole. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of this trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone.
Like a dog, you say?
To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
Alright, I understand. Thank you.
Oh, the Great Ace Attorney! Oh, you little. Oh! I know. Oh! I think I know exactly what's happening. Continue. No, truly, it wasn't even anything about what was just said. I just connected two dots that are so fucking obvious.
Okay, alright.
Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away the truth.
Oh, remember in the first game they were like, oh, we copied the fucking, the phonograph thing with the Sholmes' caramel thing. So that made a cameo.
Yay.
What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean? Meanwhile, I'm just like, la da 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 da, game. Or Rolf is like, especially the bit of whatever may come to pass.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's time for the final chapter then of Trial 3. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what.
Because I'm telling you, if you haven't connected these dots already, you're gonna feel dumb when like it's eventually revealed. Because I feel dumb, and I
can assume something.
Of course, it's that.
I can assume certain things, but I presently do not have solid evidence of like anything to be confirmed, so I am proceeding with caution. But do you,
definitely.
bestie?
I'm going full in with this. I think what I think is correct. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
He's got that main characterism about him. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Cardinally. Lord Van Zeeks.
My lord. Also, Eldridge is saying, please dying to hear y'all theories. Eldridge is suffering over here. I mean, you're free to say whatever you please, for a Wildfire. I just want to proceed through the trial as quickly as possible, because we only have so much daylight left.
Oh, absolutely. Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels?
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
Very well. Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand.
Things are about to become a lot more intense.
Isn't that right, Mouse Ryunosuke? If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had Yeah, that's right. You tell him, Mouse Ryunosuke. He must have had an accomplice in Dr. Silent.
And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork.
Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. There must be something there because I've seen 1 or 2 ship arts of them. Also, hello. State your name and occupation for the court.
What a beautiful bust to be making.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan and the proprietor.
Holy shit, that's me!
Of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify, My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world.
Oh my!
God!
What expression is she carving onto that face?
Here you go.
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped?
Oui, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the classroom, that was not the true reason. I understand
The
it was
classroom?
utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense, who is Japanese, I remind. Anyway, this is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
But of course, I know him well. He is part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to
Oh
say
my
what
God.
is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are similar, please!
Are you suggesting we should see now the masked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
This is fucking stupid.
I don't know what face you've carved into your fancy figure beneath that mask, but clearly it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspers principles.
What
Mhm.
principles?
The family Tuspers has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tuspers waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspers family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspers will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. My
Hey, yo,
favorite
this is
rapper.
ludicrous.
The professor spread terror through Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspers special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave, it is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
I don't know if you can tell, but I'm very heavily concentrating on committing to this French accent.
Yeah.
It's hard. Like, I'm like leaned in. It's how much I'm concentrating. Oh,
You are locked in.
I am locked in.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with the Two Spells family principles. I enlisted the aid of the grave digger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I would be discovered.
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
Oh, you mean, Mr. Drebber?
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the grave digger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster!
Oh, he's pissed.
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But two spells would not be two spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this.
I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time.
Submit that shit into evidence.
Whoa! Oh, Enoch looks sexy as hell there. Hell yeah.
Hey,
This
buddy,
is-
he was 25 at the time.
Oh, so... Damn, he should have been at the club.
The special exhibit
Real.
was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
Oh my god! Look!
At the
Yeah.
signature!
Ha! Interesting!
The 10-year-old article has been entered into the court record. Interesting.
Thank you,
The-
Elwoods.
The same exact signature.
Hmm.
Ma-
Hmm.
Roll wildfire noises all throughout. Man rises from the
Ah,
grave.
fuck it.
It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, Monson. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
Flashback to mini memo, right? Newspapers are really in this game. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you here?
Most puzzling. Dank. Counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Damn, bars.
Bars.
Alright, before we press anything, let's fucking look at that new piece of evidence.
Let's look at that.
Oh, it's not a quick,
Hey!
it's just
Oh.
a...
We can read it though.
Hmm.
Mad Sheep Rampage.
Charles Darwin.
Charles Darwin to
great
receive
stink.
Copley Medal.
Oh, brother,
Great
this dude stinks!
Was the ball max to blame for the Great Blaze?
Huh. Was Her Majesty visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer
Frederick
words
Gay? Sorry.
Reggie Gay.
The theater has been under lease to famed magician John Henry Anderson.
It's pronounced Henry.
Henry.
To John Henry Anderson, and there's some speculation that the blame for the fire lies squarely on him.
Could his magical tricks have played a trick on
I
him?
think that actually might be our
Investigation.
Waluigi, the John Henry. So it says that
That
he's a magician.
might be. Yeah. Interesting. I'm trying to see if there's any other names in here. Oh.
I think everything else is just
Besides-
like Easter eggs. More like,
Probably.
all right, let's press.
Karatoa.
Time to press
Alright.
everything. It begins.
And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londona would ever forget.
Oh shit! I thought you were just gonna be talking to yourself for a
Yep.
minute. I was gonna.
Me too.
Fucking. I was gonna fucking direct message Drax what my theory is, because I don't quite want to say it out loud. I want it to come up naturally because
Sure.
I think this is correct.
That's fair.
Anyways. All right. I know just what you're talking about. I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear!
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction for my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Locate Cemetery behind the prison in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But in an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
Wait, where exactly was
Oh
that
my
bullet?
fucking god!
Because that might, you know,
Exactly.
if it was like in the chestal region, that might be significant. The corpse
Perhaps.
climbed out of his own grave.
And then somebody shot him. Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it?
Oui, this special exhibition was modeled on that very illustration. Word after word, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful?
Interesting. Because the autopsy was performed by the Courtney.
It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Sorry?
10 years ago, I was there in Locate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see.
It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Interesting press, that one.
Yeah.
I'ma head out, even though this is interesting. Yeah, go to sleep, Seto. Have a good. Thank you for wishing me a good rest of the stream.
Good
Have
sleep.
a good rest of your week. Take a rest. Yeah.
Woo!
Also, Eldritch says thank you, Royal Wildfire, for sharing your theory.
Hee hee.
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Conca.
No!
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of two spells. I enlisted the aid of the Great Eagle. Okay.
Hold it!
Hello.
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed.
It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him to record this history. It is the Race d'Etat of the Tuspers Museum.
I love pretending to know what French words mean. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret.
I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame. Raison d'etre is like reason for being. Thank you, Shiori. Oh yeah, were you the one who was, I was talking about French accents earlier, and someone in chat was like, yeah, whenever I speak with my French accent, my friends get so annoying because they think I'm asking questions because of the way the intonation is. I think that was you, Shiori. Thank you for being
I think so too.
the
Also,
token
hi.
French. Also, hello.
Sorry. Hi, Mom came in for a little bit, so I only like half heard what has been going on. She's so sleepy.
Basically, what's happened for this press is that Barrack is saying, "Oh, so you're legitimately saying that you sculpted the wax of the actual face, which is a national secret, which means the museum is going to be closed." And so she's like, yeah. So if you want to say the truth, you know, you got risks going up with it."
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you?
So 10 years ago, that was not me, but I appreciate you thinking it was. Okay, it was a different French person. Or Shiri, you might not even be French, but regardless, that probably was another person. 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution...
I thought it was someone who had a similarly colored name.
Yes. You took a wax impression of his
Shiori.
face from the corpse.
Oui, exactement.
I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time. You were there longer than you expected to be?
I had some difficulties in capturing the subtext form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought! Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It is because
Yeah.
of rigor mortis.
Rigor mortis,
Wriggly
baby.
Mortis!
Girl!
It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state.
To be fair, Eldritch is correct. You do need to have a high IQ to understand rigor mortis. Classic.
Drax, shut the fuck up.
The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an education. If a slightly scary one.
As the
And education.
mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see, so that's why you
Interesting,
wait.
and it starts in the jaw.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Two Spells. It's significant! It must be. I don't even think
Yes.
about it.
Gotta
The
Real.
information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant.
Of course, I do not mind at all.
What if you ask them to amend their testimony, they're like, no. And you're like, well, fuck.
No? Fuck you?
No?
How you say, fuck you? I can't help that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato.
Dunk! Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bonjour?
Alright.
You're
It
cooking
took-
with the French
it took me-
accent.
Thank you. It took me a long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Okay, that's the one that changed. And has not
Yeah.
approached. Sorry, she's just really hot. Okay. Eldritch says there's legit a moment in this franchise where amending a testimony is actually a red herring. That's really cool, actually. Interesting.
Yo.
You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then? Approximately.
Well, I could not say, but when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Oh shit. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning.
That really is early. Also down to the minute, damn.
The fact is,
Yeah.
I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me, or does Mr. Sholm seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too?
You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame.
I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? Yeah! Madame, those details about how... It would be really funny
Yeah.
if Eldritch said, you know, if you amend the testimony to red herring, and it was literally just like this testimony.
That would be so funny.
That would be really funny.
Of course,
Real.
if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significant.
Dunk! Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam.
With pleasure, my lord.
Alright.
I hurried to
Huh.
finish my work in the half hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred.
Okay. Let's see what Naruhodo has to say.
Yeah.
So that's all I have to go on.
What's your feeling, Miss Naruhodo?
For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them.
so I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what that means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all this means more to Lord Van Zeeks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Okay.
He wants to know the face of the motherfucker who killed his brother.
I'm gonna BRB just for like a second. I'm just gonna grab a jacket because it's getting cold.
Okay.
It's a bit nippy, ain't it? Huh. Okay. We're trying to figure out. It's getting cold in here, so put on some more clothes.
I can hear Royal Wildfire blasting through my headphones even though I'm not wearing them.
Ah!
I was able to hear you.
Yeah!
Hell yeah.
My loud ass.
Alright, so...
I am the megaphone.
So, special exhibit is based on that. Directly from the corpse. I enlisted the aid of the Great Digger and created a mold in the cemetery just before the interment. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise, and I left as soon as the corpse was interred. Alright. And wait,
Yeah.
do we hold-
Okay. So, if she did the model of it before rigor mortis set in, and rigor mortis starts to set in 3 hours after the body dies, then
Wait a minute. Death by hanging confirmed at
yeah,
midnight.
death by hanging confirmed at midnight. Oh.
And they said that
Okay,
hold
so
on,
that lines up. Wait.
before
wait.
sunrise. And they said sunrise was about 4.
And then sunrise at because if sunrise was at 4:40 and it took her half an hour to get it, then that means that she would have dug up the corpse at 4:10 in the morning. But we just learned that the onset of rigor mortis starts with the jaw, but the jaw was hanging open. So he couldn't have died at midnight.
Objection.
Damn it!
Okay.
The defense would have to object to that last statement, my lord!
Not really objection, counsel.
The defense would have to accept the penalty given.
Glad to hear it. And you would also have to think again. Hmm?
Oh, okay, sir. Okay. Alright, sorry, I accidentally clicked forward, so now we have to skip through this again.
You fool. You fool.
Maybe we present it to the other one? The rigor mortis one?
Wait. It's before the onset of rigor mortis. Maybe you want to do a funky little save.
A funky little safety save. That's fine with me.
A funky little
Funky little
save. Oh
save.
shit, I didn't even open that. Funky little save.
Funky little save.
Oh.
Objection.
Oh, music off. We're good.
Oh, hey, we didn't even need to do that.
Let's go!
Madam Two Spells.
My-
I have here an autopsy
My
report
brain is so huge.
that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Oui? Actually, what is that? Quoi?
What? Yeah, I think Qua.
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony,
Also,
Madam
yeah, have
Two
fun
Spells
talking to yourself for a long
was
time.
creating her wax impression just before dawn. Not unless the judge interjects with his very useful comments. And at the time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madame?
You are? Yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis 2 to 3 hours after death, but the man's chin was limp, so he could not have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in. Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Wrong!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible!
Think! Order! Council, this is beyond folly! Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck!
Objection!
Not my day!
That's the fucking Foxy jumpster.
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question.
He did? Of course he did. I moved the man's lump jaw with my own hands. There was no...
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Council, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. Wait.
I'm assuming this.
Hold on. Okay. Wait.
What?
Okay. So, remembering everything that happened about the case is... Wait.
Honestly, my best guess is that he wasn't dead when he was buried, and he literally did crawl out of the ground.
Yeah.
That's the simplest
and then the
explanation.
gunshot is the thing that actually killed him.
Yeah.
Can I present this, please?
Telling the tale of an eyewitness to the alleged resurrection of the professor from his grave on the night of his execution.
I don't see any other evidence that could be it. Because there's nothing else that connects to it.
Yeah, not really, I guess.
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at the local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now. Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again. Don't be a fool, that's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word! Yes, indeed!
My oui! The young man who stole it to the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness, the story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up.
In any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no help of finding him.
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What?
Are you suggesting, Council, that you've identified the person in question? that you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claim now, then, Counsel. Who is the alleged witness of the staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
I fucking wonder.
Take that!
Wow.
The man in
I
question
wonder.
is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber?
The previous witness!
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Two-Spell's Museum of Waxwork. Whew, that's a fucking mouthful. Recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year-old, and is a 10-year-old, yes. It's actually
10-year-old,
the 10-year-old. The
yes.
10-year-old is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Huh.
Think! Order! Order! Surely not, Counsel.
Drebber
call me
was
Shirley.
there in Lowgate Cemetery.
What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant?
Of course, Madame Two-Spells doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
She's just a girl.
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No. But that
Yeah.
would mean...
Madame Two-Spells, it would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago, in the past...
Situationship! Hell yeah!
Oh, shit.
Oh my!
Not the situation.
Good gracious!
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course.
Tell us about your situation.
The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper.
More newspaper to the evidence.
The Daily
More
Circus.
newspapers.
It is the paper from which comes the article I've already shown the court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me! Yes, here it is! The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Eldred saying circus reference, calling back to the start of the stream today. Yeah, it's all coming full circle.
Yo!
Unbelievable!
Full circle circles.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student.
Wait, hold on. I have to check something.
Me too, bestie.
Hold on. 26? 35? Wait. You know what?
You did this at 16? Girl?
Girl. Whatever. It's fine now.
Whatever.
Yeah,
She's a
whatever.
girl boss.
I paid him £5.
Also, she's only 26. Damn. She kind of serving for 26.
Hell yeah.
I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork, and since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
The slow fade. Also, Kazuma's just been chilling there this whole time. Not saying anything, not
Kazuma?
doing anything. Oh, I'm sorry, the apprentice.
Who's Kazuma?
Yeah, you're right. Kazuma is obviously dead and gone from this game.
Kazuma's dead.
So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed, a criminal who'd been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today, even though the waxwork build is a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago. I was just interpreting what silence was. When the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court had seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork. Oh, interesting! So they were like accomplices in a way, but also he was using it against her.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Huh.
This is the weirdest polycule I've seen. My lord, this
Real.
court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I've received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? Nancy is about to say, fuck them rules.
She told us herself, didn't she? I'm in a flashback. Lord Van Six will be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor case, but please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks. Spill the tea! Spill the tea!
Join us!
The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
Get it, bitch!
But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
I object.
I don't give a shit.
The assigned prosecutioner has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me.
Yes!
Get it, bitch! Yeah!
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Let's go! Think! Order, order, order! Very well. We will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could have never been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all this is about to come out! To be continued? Oh, okay, alright.
Nope,
Hey, besties.
they're
Oh my
just
god.
here. Bitch!
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks, person who has my voice but deeper. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop.
Sidewalk silence.
And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork!
The waxwork!
This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it?
Sidewalk silence.
If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact.
More sidewalk silence.
Mr.
Very
Trevor, tell
good
the court!
additions.
Stop giving cyborg silences! Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Logate Cemetery.
Sidewalk silence. Fuck you.
So he was the student who saw it. You could see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man and Madame Tussauds, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw. After all those years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Please be sexy.
I love doing evil laughs.
What an interesting twist.
Huh?
When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too.
Work it.
Go back to
Make
voguing.
it. Do it. Makes us
Great. Makes us harder, better,
faster.
stronger. Very well then. If everyone so wishes, let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
I also find it very funny how Scythe and Van Zeeks have the same like little cross motif.
Yeah, because they're both
And it's-
harbingers
and
of
it's all
death.
just-
So, Mr. Drebber,
Because Van Zeeks is like, you know, he has that vampire like bat motif, while Courtney Scythe, along with the daughter with the, you know, the crow mask, has like the ravens and the birds. Both symbols of death.
Yeah.
your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Brother, thank God I'm not on anything to tell people about what happened 10 years ago. I don't even remember what happened a week ago.
Damn, yeah.
Yeah. It'd be like that. Yes, of course. As you wish.
Do you think every now and then when
Why
he
does
does
he have a mechanical hand?
I think actually when I look closer at it, it looks like there's the base of it is like a black glove. It's just kind of an additional thing. I don't think it's a hand replacement. I
yeah.
think it's like an accessory.
Yeah.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say.
Oh yeah, what were you saying before I talked about the cyborg hand?
Oh, I was just gonna say that, yeah, like symbols of. Actually, Courtney, looks like you mentioned the snake earlier. That like that's a symbol of, you know, of her animal. But yeah, it is interesting they both have cross motifs because I feel like that's also. From a character design standpoint, I feel like that's also meant to be a very gothic kind of thing because both of them are very like, you know, European, kind of like that gothic kind of fashion sense.
Ah! Okay.
In a way,
Yes,
you could
the
argue that the plus and
illustration.
minuses on his design are crosses as well.
Ah. A cross and half of one. Interesting.
Anyway, yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article.
Oh, he gave up on his dream? That sucks.
Aww.
Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Yeah, what? Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead.
But, so you're saying this article is...
Not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes.
Ugh. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies the argument as for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument.
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
Let me vogue. That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise.
Okay.
As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghost of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
Oh, good. Thank God. Now we know he's a moral person.
Oh wow.
So you're one of the so-called resurrectionists. A particularly unpleasant scourge on society.
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name.
The repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Is there a signature of some kind that we could identify?
Who is the artist?
Yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Wonderful addition. Well, counsel for the defense. You may now proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord. Also, did that sentence have now in it twice? That is very
It did.
sloppy, sloppy word.
Weird.
Actually, if you put now early in the sentence,
Oh,
Oh. I thought it said well now.
I'm just silly.
Oh. We're both.
I'm just silly. We're both silly.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
No, I was mooning the corpses. Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that.
The lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means.
As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious, surreptitious arrangements.
Actually,
with
it's
a hospital via
surreptitious,
some of
sorry.
surreptitious.
Yeah.
Surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. That was all for the furtherance of science, you see. She's just chilling. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a serious... the way I said it was like, you realize snatching those bodies, like work, bitch, is a serious crime.
Snatching.
If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. Everyone's making puns in this trial.
We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
Professor Hairbrain said exactly the same.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior. You're a freak.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day.
Illustration on newspaper was based on what I witnessed.
Hold it!
Right?
Missed that? No.
The strange
Yes.
happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf, shiver, shiver. But I didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself.
I was just innocently in the graveyard with a shovel. I don't know why they would arrest me for that.
Yes,
So you went to the papers instead?
I don't know. I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital. The gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale.
The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets.
And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories.
What about the
I
article
love
in
bringing out the British when he does the
Yeah.
the creepy look.
What about the articles in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night.
And from your description, he drew this illustration?
Precisely, that's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see.
Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then.
Well... Thinking back now, I was never actually saw the professor at all, though. Girl.
Girl. What are you talking about?
Girl. I think I explained it already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Honestly, he kind of smooth with it with the hand
Everybody.
stuff, though.
Hell yeah. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. I mean, valid. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life.
But you said that you actually saw it.
I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye, bitch! After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. Bitch.
I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor?
If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo.
I know, I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his.
The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Yes, when your hair turned white. And a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax.
That young woman being Madame Two Spells, of course.
Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later.
As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and Gonka, I found the man.
Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said.
I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me.
So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display.
I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
Eldred says that your Drebber voice is turning into Alan from Smiling Friends. Dirty brown water.
Dirty brown water.
Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas?
What the fuck else did you purchase from him, Did you? I can't say I remember.
What was it, madame?
His camera.
The bloodstains!
Oh, yes. I made a point of taking it with me wherever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir? To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Two Spells way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question.
Yes, interesting. The details of the camera have been updated in the record.
And interesting!
He gave up on his
the
dream,
dark
dream,
stain
dream.
No more dream.
This article, you mean, published in the Daily Circus?
Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article. And carelessly, I let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was excessively defiled, and I was expelled as a result.
Mon Dieu, I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade.
Cyborg silence.
You combine your knowledge of science with a knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money.
I will neither conform nor deny.
Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he?
Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort.
Bitch.
Why are you so
What's
quiet?
Trevor up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recall his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Trevor and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Trevor were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming from the dead. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly!
Alright.
Yeah.
So, the...
Reason.
Never actually saw the professor at all.
Never actually saw the professor at all. Yeah, so this is where we
This is the thing that
do
changed,
the...
right? Or like, this is the one that was like,
No,
do you have any
nothing-
evidence or whatever?
Yeah, nothing changed, but this is the one where we need to present something on. The question is...
Shit!
Oh. Brother!
Surely something,
Sang!
the judge is really you right now, where it's like, would you care to mull over exactly what...
Would you care to mull over precisely what you find odd about it on your return journey to Japan?
Judge Wildfire, I wouldn't be back to give the court an answer for about 4 months, though.
Rest assured, we should be happy to carry proceedings forward in your absence, counsel.
They sound serious. I have to prove my worth before they really do send me back home.
Get the fuck out of here! Go back to Kansas!
Damn! No, not Kansas! Alright. So, we definitely
Okay.
know that the camera is involved somehow.
Yeah.
It seems like this is the thing
Yeah.
to present something on.
This is definitely the thing that we need to present on, because it's the thing that they've talked about a lot, and it's like, oh, we need to find how we actually did see him, and yada 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 yada.
Let's start. Okay.
You know what? Maybe it's one of those
So-
things where you have to examine it a second time. Wait, no. The red checks indicate
No.
that it's... Okay.
Yeah, the checks are still here. Okay, we've used the glass. We haven't used that. Wait.
What up?
A Royal Society trophy for excellence in science that was found in Mr. Drebber's workshop. It's a very prestigious award for a young scientist. How could he have gotten that if he was expelled?
Yeah, he said he gave up on his dream, but he still has the trophy. I wonder if that's it. But I feel like that's kind of a
Maybe
loose...
let's.
You know?
Yeah, that's definitely a thing that we can keep in mind.
Yeah.
But that's not the main thing that we're supposed to be
Mhm.
chasing here. We're supposed to be chasing not this one. The next one. Yeah, no. The third.
Okay, but what do we present?
We're supposed to be chasing this one. Because this is the one that the game is telling us
Yes.
that, hey, something's weird
Is
here.
there any evidence?
I was just going through all of the evidence to, like, see the ones that we have used and the ones that we haven't used yet.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, even though technically you can use multiple things in, like, a singular trial, it's still, like, a pretty good thing to keep in mind that, like, oh, I've already used this one, so perhaps
maybe look at something else
He's so
for a
handsome.
bit.
He's so
For a
handsome.
bit.
Sorry. What were you
There
saying?
he is. Okay.
So, like, with the evidence presenting, while it is possible to use the same piece of evidence more than once in a singular trial, it is still a good idea to know what we have presented and what we haven't yet,
Okay.
to get, like, a better idea of what it could possibly be.
Alright. That's fair.
So we have presented the birdcage. We haven't presented the camera yet.
We
We've
haven't
used
presented the
glass.
camera,
We
the
haven't
trophy,
used
the
trophy.
waxwork head, the
We've used-
contract.
No,
or
we've used the
arg-
head. That was the thing that gave us the jump scare.
That's true.
That's the reason why why we're even talking about the waxwork model in the first place. So we've used that.
That's
We've used the
true.
autopsy report a couple times.
I thought you were interjecting and saying that it is weird that if he's discounting the claim now, why is he still covering up the waxwork's head of the professor?
Oh, he's not covering it up. Madame Two Spells is. She has the key.
Oh, I thought. Okay. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, no. Huh. Actually, that... Yeah, no, because that is kind of weird. Don't present this.
I
Do not
shan't. I shan't.
present this. Cool. It is weird because, like, we know that the waxwork is the dead body that,
Actually, wait a minute. Hold on. Look at the skull,
that's there.
and also look at this. Does like the bumps kind of look similar?
Yeah, that is interesting.
Like, there's also bumps there. Like, maybe it's not exactly the same.
Yeah,
But I'm wondering if that's just a coincidence.
yeah, but I mean, and the thing is, it's an artistic interpretation. Huh. And the number is the same again, number 139.
Eldritch says, they have a thought. Could it be there's a detail in the illustration that is too accurate for him to not have actually seen the professor?
Huh. It could be the number.
Could be.
Because it's number 139, and I believe that's the same number that's written on the thingy.
Do you want?
Yeah, because...
Okay, so we did save.
Did we?
Ah, yes! Sometimes the
Aha.
gambling works. Sorry, Mr. Trevor, but I don't believe that.
Don't believe. What?
Your latest claim, you did see the professor on that night 10 years ago.
Oh dear. We seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see.
The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed.
A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an eye. Oh, gee, it is a mask.
Oh shit.
Interesting. So when I said like there's like these weird protrusions, it literally was wearing the. Wait, they were buried with the mask? I thought the mask was like a
Interesting.
like an add-on or something.
Me?
Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in a closed court ruling the man would wear a mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed
That's
even
what the
during
point of the mask is.
his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
Okay, so it probably wasn't the exact mask that Madame Two Spells put on it, but it was a mask of some kind.
So, Mr.
Yeah.
Drebber, as you've just heard,
Ah,
a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you actually saw the professor
I would
that
play
night,
the peanut butter baby sound, but it was not
yeah, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration.
Damn, why is
I
she
don't even know
social
what he said.
distancing like
He
that?
said something.
She's like, ew, goth.
Order! Order! Ew. Well, Mr. Drebber. Cyborg silence. It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you.
Of course. Only too happy to oblige.
I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point.
Cyborg silence. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. What the fuck do you mean?
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about?
Bitch! Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see.
You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself.
Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot ran out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath instilled once more.
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants have worked, perhaps, and fired upon each one of them.
If a grave digger has shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord.
Ah! Yes.
Well, oh wait,
Strange.
there we go. Hey! I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me.
What do you have to say? Excuse me.
Madame Two Spells. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes.
Please!
Oh la la!
Be nice to me.
Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about?
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at the university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot.
Stop! You might want to watch your tongue. you
Objection.
know.
Everyone's slamming their desk. Have a care, Drebber. There's
Damn.
no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Two Spells, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
The girlies are fighting. No, you were very explicit about the details, about the mask that the figure was wearing, and the blood that splattered over you when he was shot.
There we go. There's the linchpin. Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up.
Ooh.
Think. That will do. Mr. Drebber. Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels. Cyborg silence. I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on. Do you really expect us to believe?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. It's not baseless.
Right.
It's not baseless. We have the camera that he had on the day, and if he got shot, then there's blood on it. I think it's best
Supplement your testimony with a statement.
Statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well.
Okay. There was no gunshots. Not. Ooh!
Nor any sparing blood. Present the camera. Dig, bitch.
Okay, so Eldritch, we are on a roll right now, so I will not be playing your song request at the moment. Hopefully, I think maybe at the end of the stream I will. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera?
But that is the camera from that fateful night?
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber.
Cyborg silence. And is that supposed to be significant?
This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this. What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. That's right, it's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord! Are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord, it would appear to be a spatter of blood.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough.
I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and on that night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well,
And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb.
The fucking thing from Animal Crossing. What are those little, like...
Gyroids? Yeah.
Little like, cactus.
Yeah, the little gyroids, yeah.
Those guys.
There's simply no way you could
Looks
have
like
forgotten.
he looks like a gyroid.
You could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night. He's a graveroid, or whatever they're called. But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber's obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness! He's shielding someone.
Oh, he looks so scared. Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
Think. Well, counsel,
I wonder who.
Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? This bitch.
I don't know why the German boy is still in our, like, you know, chord record. I don't think we ever even presented him
just chilling.
once. The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe?
Whatever do you mean?
Girl boss pose.
Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. Pandora's box. Pandora's
Yeah,
box.
exactly. It's because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean...
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secrets. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ah! Holy shit! Yes! Yes! Sorry, that came from like deep within me. Lord Van Zeeks!
The fucking yes! Yes!
I just got really excited because you don't see this animation too much. Pray forgive my freshly filled hollowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now.
Goodness me! Put that leg away! Thank you.
Put that thing away, sir! It's just the sort
Put
of
that
tall
thing
tale
away.
Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Snoozy, hi! Hi, Snoozy! We're almost done with this
Snoozy!
particular case. It's a kind of a funky case. Holy shit, Snoozy subscribed to tier 1! They've been subscribed for 20 months! Thank you,
Holy
Snoozy!
shit.
It's always lovely to see you. I have no idea at the moment.
We have too little information to work that out at present, I think.
I couldn't agree more. The
Okay.
Hmm?
Also,
What?
one of Van Zeeks' animations is him throwing the chalice into the lamp back there. Isn't his assistant literally in the way of that? I hope that if there is a moment when he throws it back there, we just see the assistant go,
Yeah,
Just
or like dodge somehow.
oh shit.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild
That'd be
fantasies.
so fucking funny.
Ugh. And yet, have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
Considered what?
Do you realize what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's almost like Trial 5 of the last game, where we sort of unveiled the truth, but also there were like government secrets and crime, whatever. It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite. Hard to imagine a sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness.
Well, I suppose.
I love voicing him.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money into the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too.
Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death would result in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
There is the contract, that's very true.
He's still alive! He's still alive! He's still alive!
Yeah.
As especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense, which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money. He was just trying to kill? But why? What was his motive?
Huh.
Oh, sorry, that's me. Your time is up, my learned friend.
It is.
I'd say you have. Sorry, sometimes I see a hot man and I'm like, Roll Wildfire's probably voicing that man. You have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with his charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposals, shall we? Oh, looks, he dodged! How do you explain why this engineer would throw all the caution to the wind and threat? Look at him! He's like, whoa!
He's like, holy shit, I almost died. I fucking called it! I called it! Oh my god. At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asmant Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet, and I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is.
Oh god,
Oh?
2 pieces.
Okay. Oh shit.
Yes, my lord!
2 chances to get it wrong.
The evidence that
Fucking
establishes
save.
a motive is, firstly, I'm gonna
Fucking
save real quick.
Not real.
Okay. The evidence that establishes the motive. What the witness wanted the
Motive.
victim dead.
What if the victim dead? It's gotta be the paper. I think.
Yes, one of them has to be this because literally his name is on there. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, wait,
His
yeah.
name is
Odie Asman was the reporter who basically led to him getting
Yeah.
kicked out of college.
Yeah.
Take that!
Probably.
It's this newspaper article, my
yeah!
lord.
That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us?
Not every detail. That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing.
Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence... Oh, it's the contract because it has his signature on it! What other
Yup,
evidence?
it has his exact signature. Haha!
I will
Counsel,
present-
you have
I wanna
presented your
present-
supplementary
I wanna
evidence without delay. The evidence which would cross-reference with the newspaper article establishes the motive for the deed.
Killer's
The contract!
Drebber's contract.
Woo!
Yeah!
Wow! What a familiar signature. I think.
It's this
The
contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman.
Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man.
No, I'm afraid not.
What?
Me, when I'm a piece of rope that has, burnt to an end a little bit, I'm afraid not. Sorry. There's something very significant that this newspaper article and contract have in common.
You know what?
Yeah!
I'll give that
to you. Eldritch is saying, God damn it.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to
QTE dodge.
kill Mr. Odie Asman.
Drax.
It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us has missed. It's the signatures! I'm clicking so fast!
It's the
I'm
signatures!
clicking so fast!
It's the signatures!
It's just right
Careful!
there! It's right there! It's right there! It's
Careful.
it's
There we go.
right there.
Take that!
Present. The
What these
signature.
2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person!
What?
Ah!
As the
Oh,
court
what?
has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago.
Honestly, it's a really good illustration. Like, you know
Really?
what?
Yeah.
I would have signed it too.
This is really good.
If you look closely,
Real.
the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing.
Shit.
And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature on the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical!
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman. Oh, there he goes.
Oh.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would
Oh
that
my god, girl.
constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you'll remember Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite its divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Ooh, the fade to white. The fade to white. You know, it's the beginning of the end. At the time, you were a student at the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
Cyborg silence. So, Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself as the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter.
Cyborg silence.
So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. All because of that article. You know what's funny? Is that technically, I remember your big brain argument that it was the professor because the neck was broken, but now we realize that technically his neck shouldn't have been broken because he was not hanged. But it still was the correct conclusion that it was the professor.
Yeah.
So
I task failed successfully.
Hell yeah.
Enough!
Take your clothes off. Sorry. Who said that? Someone in the jury just said that?
I will vogue instead. Stop this endless drivel about my life.
What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of this article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all.
Oh, is that the reason why he worked with Harebrained? Because Harebrained, like, managed to travel to Germany and, like, get a patent, so he was, like, jealous?
Maybe.
Good gracious.
A tone down, good gracious.
Mm-hmm.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench.
Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have ever happened to me.
I'm not malding. I'm not malding. Mr. Drebber.
I'm not molding.
Do you
Copy.
genuinely believe that? Are you malding, sir?
Of course I do. Of course I'm not.
Who is better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all.
How dare you?
And I have evidence to prove it.
How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam!
Chromosynth? Sorry.
Fine. Holy shit. Adam Akil, Chromason! Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it!
It's the fucking trophy.
What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? Think.
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop.
Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy, Council?
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. I'm afraid he's molding, my lord.
There's no higher accolade.
Molding silence.
It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious!
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man.
Molding silence.
Are we gonna get a breakdown?
Oh.
Are we gonna get a oh?
I'm about to say the truth is
Finally, he's going to fold.
not yet.
Hold it. Who?
Hold it. Who?
Who?
Who? Who's holding it?
Oh.
Oop. Hey, bitch.
Fine. Clearly this has run its course.
What?
I admit it. All of it.
What?
No villain breakdown. What the fuck? What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No.
Whoa!
Did you
I
see
don't even
that?
know what that was. That he's just said.
It was
lot of O's.
it was the loudest good lord I've ever seen.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me back
I
up
was
on the
bracing
mic so I
for
don't
it.
Explode your eardrums. Good lord!
Your poor mother, who has to is probably asleep by now.
Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman?
It's all true. That day,
Oh, shit.
Courtney flashback.
when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face.
Did you even bother to put it in the same pose, or is this the only 3D model that you have of this man?
And then before I had a chance to
Huh.
react, I noticed
Yeah.
something else.
Mm-hmm.
There was
What's
a
that
note
sticking out of him?
tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe.
Oh, that's you, I guess.
Scythe. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. For someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago, from someone who knows the...
Eldred
Yep.
says, saying it's a
I'm
wax figure,
dyslexic.
it can't be posed. I mean, listen. Arguably, yes. But, I don't know. I would have assumed that they got a wax figure that at least did, a little, A pose that the body was similarly doing.
All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations, to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary.
And protected it is.
I can only apologize now.
White, solemn
fades to white.
fading. Solemn fading of the
Not
final
the fades to white.
part of the trial.
Well, why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it from coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great he about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything.
Villain breakdown.
Cyborg.
Villain breakdown.
No, he's not alone yet. Surely it goes without saying.
You're right. It always is them solo. You admit your part in this, then.
I admit nothing at all.
What?
Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
Ding it.
Dunk, dunk, dunk. Order, order, order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secrets, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks,
Yes.
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I sincerely say, I am sorry.
I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber.
That's true. It's
True.
to establish the innocence of the, yeah, so he kind of has a point
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, true. The defendant is Professor Albert Hairbrain.
Oh yeah, I forgot about him. Very true, it had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean?
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. So the case of Mr. Drebber, the professor, and all of that shit coming together is gonna be the 4th and 5th episode.
Perhaps.
Interesting. Okay. Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo! You've proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence! Yeah.
Without further ado, then, the abjuration. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
You were very useful
Y'all
this
wanna yap
trial,
some more?
man who cut open wine bottle and gave me scrolls. I don't know. This
Thank you.
doesn't feel quite right. It almost kind of feels like the first game in which we ended with McGilded's innocence, but it was still like the main questions weren't solved.
Yeah.
Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that?
Absolutely.
Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Like you said before, the way that the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is...
Yeah, fuck it.
Objection! The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
Just one more. That's all we
Just
want.
one more thing.
What?
Dun, dun, dun. You do realize I'm about to abjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponiese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Joke's on
Lucky
you,
for
I'm
you,
not
I'm
in my right mind.
I didn't hear what you said, but I assume we said the same thing.
A singular, yeah, we did. A singular brain cell is shared between us.
Mr. Naruhado, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Alright. Yes, in hindsight.
Hello. Ah, yes. One word of warning before I go. If, in the course of this trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it, like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Hee hee.
I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen.
Sometimes
Yes.
his deductions are very good, and then other times his deductions are so stupid.
I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal.
Obviously, Adoy.
But that's not all.
Fucking
I
duh.
believe I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Huh, in case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time.
Ah, she's mean to me.
As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Oh! Oh! There it goes.
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hollowed bottle. I slipped.
That's what you call
I
it?
made an oopsie. What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
Don't be stupid!
Hell yeah. Don't call me
If
stupid.
there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
You'll what? Lord Van
The bitter
Zeeks.
end.
Friendship.
Dunk. This is most irregular, to say the least. The prosecution and the defense working together? Okay, cool. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well.
Oh, hell yeah.
Alright. It all began at the scene when I first saw the waxwork and the note tucked into its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
So what? So literally, she went to the actual scene, saw the dummy, and she was told, "Hey, the actual body is underneath the stage. So like, bring that over and make it look like this is how he landed."
Interesting.
So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So he actually did die? Question mark?
I guess.
So it seems.
Yeah.
and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy.
So kind of you to say. I think. Can't you say that to me?
And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption! Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree.
No?
I can't shake the feeling
Yeah.
that something is wrong.
Just
Sounds
look
off.
at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. She's girl bossing over everyone. It's
Yeah!
the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony.
What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
You all? Very well. If you so desire, Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. I'm determined to finish this trial and chapter tonight. So,
We will do it. Well, this morning.
at the scene, I saw the waxwork and a note on the side.
Hold it! Let us time to press everything. Woo!
From what you described before,
Have
it
fun
sounds
talking
like
to
the
yourself.
note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it?
There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I never heard of this
Oh,
engineer.
Two spells is just gone.
So no, I had no idea.
Oh yeah, Two Spells is just gone. Damn, she just bailed.
Yeah, she pieced out. She's like, all right, cool. I just had to
Deuces.
be for like that one thing where Drebra was like telling an obvious lie, and then I leave.
Yeah.
Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern.
But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this.
Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zieks. I'm well aware of that.
Thank you for pointing out the obvious, dipshit.
So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where, then, was the victim's body?
Alrighty. Was beneath the exposition stage.
Experimentation. Interesting.
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim in the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork...
But the thing is... So my question is... Obviously his neck was broken because of the landing, but he was still stabbed with a fucking screwdriver. What the fuck was that all about?
Huh.
You know, I wrapped it in
I don't think he was stabbed by the screwdriver.
Didn't it say that the autopsy...
Actually, no, because the thing...
There was a,
it
there was
does
a
have-
stab
It doesn't
wound.
say that... Yeah, it just says stab wound. It doesn't say by what.
Okay, it was hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart. Okay, sorry. I'm
Yeah.
thinking about the last
It
strike.
could have been the screwdriver, but it could have been also any other thing that's sharp.
I wrapped it and sent it by
Huh.
carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions?
Presumably so it could be recovered by Trevor and returned to Madame Two Spells.
I see. And then when you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still.
I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail.
The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendants.
Yeah, what was the stabby stabby?
When you say arranged, I presume you mean
with the screwdriver.
Yeah.
Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that the hairbrain alone could have killed Asman.
So you mean that was your doing?
I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor?
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
Damn.
Okay.
There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dark. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest.
Oh shit.
And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly.
Well,
So, the
what
actual
we were
cause...
talking about just immediately got solved.
Yeah. So the actual cause of death was...
Weird.
The trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word.
What is it, Miss Usato? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind.
See, my idea is that he wasn't dead when he dropped. My idea is that when she stabbed him, he might have still been alive. So she's leaving out the fact that she conveniently was the one who actually killed him, because that would further be like a crime, as opposed to like, you know, slightly desecrating the body.
Yeah.
Mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony!
Let's go.
Which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony with is...
Okay, so... Let's look back.
Dr. Scythe's last statement.
Okay, the body's head was arranged.
Be arranged.
I fetched the screwdriver and took it with me alone. There was a void. I found it. I approached it, opened it up, and I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into his chest. So the thing is, I think what she... I actually don't know. That's pretty tricky.
Yeah.
Because it could be either, because my theory could apply to either one.
Yeah.
I'm curious about what this is though, because we know what she did to the victim, but we can object to this. I think that's why we want to choose this, is because she's claiming it to be the cause of death, as opposed to us objecting that she stabbed him, which is undeniably true.
Fine, if that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please. The prosecution concurs. Stop fucking yelling.
We did it right.
Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If
Please
you
be
wish,
quiet.
my lord.
Suffer from 30-foot fall. Wait.
Okay, so the autopsy report.
Cause of death. Oop.
What?
I mean, she said the cause of death was the fall, but in the autopsy report, actually no, because that was the fake autopsy report. Never
Yeah,
mind.
she's saying that like she's contradicting herself, like, and on purpose. She's saying that was a lie.
Yeah.
I'm caught up now.
Okay.
Have we pressed everything with her?
You know what? Since this is actually, hold on. There's like 6 now, so okay. So we actually didn't press everything.
Yeah.
So actually, while we're here, let's press this again.
9.
It might be one of those things where we can change it depending on if it's right or not. But I'm just gonna see. Was a result of a broken neck?
Yeah.
Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you?
No, that's very true.
Yeah.
Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts.
Assuming they can be trusted.
Get her ass.
There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's go back to the testimony.
Very well.
Okay, alright.
With how quickly, with the speed at which the text was scrolling, I saw there's no need to be calling her ass.
Mr. Naruhado!
Right after I said get her ass.
The entire team in perverting the course of justice?
My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from our members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts.
You aid and abet a murder, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry?
Get her.
It was a matter of priorities.
What?
Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at Eldritch's comment. Would you like to know how to avoid running in circles? Because if you pick the wrong choice back there to amend her statement, you could be going in circles. So that is what I mentioned, is I did press on... I feel like I did press on it again to see if there was a way to amend it to the other choice. But... we could try, like... Anyway. My point is that I believe I pressed on if there was a chance to amend it. I pressed on it, but I could always double check.
Hold it!
I have to piss
But at what
again.
cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway.
Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility.
Blow me down! Dr. Scythe! Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret.
No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination.
Whew, I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that.
I do believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Naruhodo.
Interesting. So that's her story.
She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there's really much more to it.
I don't know, but
I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean.
yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. You know, our OD Asmund is still alive theory might still have some weight to it. Actually, was it this? I'm gonna press it again. And, the text changed. The text changed.
I was merely carrying out the engineer's instructions, in his words. Fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain
It looks like the same, but it looks like, oh, okay, so I think it's reliving the scene again. So I am able to, switch it. Okay. That's why it's coming across as, oh, Jesus. As coming across as new dialogue, but it's a recreation, basically. I took the screwdriver in both hands, plunged it into the man's chest.
interesting how she makes the detail known that she did it with both hands. I don't know if that's like a red herring or if that's something to think about. I don't know.
Okay, so my hunch was right. This is one of those things where, you can change what you chose. What you did with the victim's body. Can you change your supplementary statement to do that? Very well. Alright.
I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in a toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Okay.
Yup.
Okay.
Interesting.
It says it was found poking through the grill in the base of the kinesis. So it does have blood on it. That's true.
Yeah.
So that's why... Yeah. Okay.
Huh.
Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest. Okay, that's consistent. Hold on, could you go back to the photo, please? Oh, this?
Wait.
Yes?
But this has the glass around it, which implies that it's still in the crystal tower.
No. She said she stabbed him in the secret of the, underneath the building, and then it was transported to the crystal tower to make it seem like it was there. So this is the picture that was taken at the crystal tower when it was transported.
Okay.
So it's either what she did of using the screwdriver to stab him, or what actually happened as the real cause of death was the screwdriver stabbing. Which I feel like are both very similar, and I can't quite distinguish what the significance of either are.
Yeah. Maybe my brain's just soup because it's 12:41 in the morning. But I can't... I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in a toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into his chest.
Alright, we can at least look at the little thing. I leaned over the birdcage and opened it up.
I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest, recording the stab wound as the cause of death, the cause of death being the fall. Something here in the testimony.
Is there a way to... Okay, so maybe I was onto something with the fall thing. Maybe there's a way to contradict that he died by falling. Is there a way to show evidence that he didn't die when he fell?
I don't know. Apparently this one is kind of hard to get according to Drax. So that's interesting.
I feel like the... Yeah, it's very tricky. Is there anything we can examine here? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Wait, I think... Okay, so this is the one that dropped to the ground.
Yes, it has the damaged base. I feel like it should have blood there, but whatever, that might be a minute detail.
Yeah.
Wait, she said she stood over the cage. So she just, like, closed it again?
I guess.
Wait, hold on. Miss Susato, the wood's cracked and broken because it fell from such a height. The balloon or whatever, 30 feet. Alright, thanks guys. May I offer a hint? You may offer a hint, Eldritch. Just one little itty bitty
Yeah, we're
hint.
suffering over here.
A little itty bitty hint.
A little
the littlest
itty.
hint.
Mhm.
Itty hint.
Honestly, if you just let me know
I
which
watched
one
chat.
is the one that, like, which one of the two paths is the right one, I think that would help a lot.
Yeah, honestly,
Because either way, I'm like,
go look at the photo again.
okay.
Is what Drax is saying the hint is. This was transported to the body of Asmund was transported to the Crystal Tower, where the fake bird cage was dropped.
The blood is the hint.
Blood is the hint. There would. But. Okay.
I still stand by my
'Cause
theory that he was
here's-
still alive when he was stabbed. But I don't know how to piece that together with evidence.
But here's my thought. Did they move the entire bird cage? Or did they just move the body? Because if they
assuming-
just moved the body, why is there blood on the strap?
That's true.
Because that
I
the
mean,
blood
I
on the
was
strap
thinking
would've
about
happened
that.
from
that
the stab.
When we were looking at the strap on the other bird cage, it was it wasn't there, and I was like, oh,
She said she
it sounds like
stood over
it
him
feels like a
when
minute
stabbing, right?
detail. She said she stood over him when stabbing.
Yeah. Wait. Why is the blood running down? Like,
I mean, gravity because of his breasting booblies. Sorry, this is a serious moment.
he would have had to be upright. Say that way better. Yeah, go to sleep, Shiori.
Yeah,
We're-
go to sleep, Shiori. I'm honestly
morning.
right now. I'm staying up more than I should, but I just really want to finish this trial. Good night. Thank you for
Yeah.
coming.
I'm cooking! I'm cooking!
Okay, let her cook. Cause I'm stuck.
So, yeah, the blood is running down him as if he was stabbed when he was standing up.
Interesting.
I think this
Sorry, I
Might
clicked
be
present and I'm
it.
right. I've
Nope.
got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
I cooked. And that's why this one is hard. Yep.
What on earth is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death. The court has already examined this photograph in depth. There's nothing new. You said the same thing about the drawing and the reporter. We already considered it, that's true.
Incorrect.
But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Stop talking.
Where in the photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the victim's statement? The way the blood is running down.
Here? Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. You cooked?
Mhm.
You cooked? I assumed it was
Yeah.
because he was breast and boobily,
Uh-huh.
but you're right. It clearly
Nar.
extends in a downward direction towards the man's feet.
And why is that significant, Counsel? Because she fucking murdered him.
If the victim was stabbed moments before
the
the kinesis machine was
Hey,
set in motion.
Hey! Hey!
Oh, sorry, what?
Hey!
Oh, sorry.
me.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah! Of course. No! That's not what happened!
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim
Think!
was after the grand deception was set into motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. If the victim had really been stabbed while inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all Maybe it's just me. Maybe this isn't like a whoa, I get it moment. It's just like a, I don't know. This man has tits.
Yeah.
For it to be formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's... I was just saying exactly. Given that the victim's blood seeps vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stab Mr. Asman, he was standing up. See, what would have helped visually with this case is that making him flat as a board, so it actually makes no
Real.
sense for the blood to go down.
But no. All of the characters have to be breasting boobily a little
Yeah,
bit.
all they have to be bricked up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. Ah! Ah!
Oh.
Ooh, angles. I knew it. I was right.
Oh shit.
Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant, and you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of these claims is an out-and-out lie, because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man?
Bank! Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony? The stabbing.
Yeah.
Because she said she stood over him
Yeah, that's true.
and stabbed.
The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards, as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection.
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension.
She fucking killed him.
When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force.
Dunk!
Help me. Help me. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. Help me. Help me. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. Oh! You're conveniently surrounded by a lot of space, Dr. Scythe. Perhaps for some animation to take place? If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain.
Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Whoa, double spin! It was you, Dr. Courtney
Oh,
Scythe! Ah!
I want to see the double spin happen. Order! 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 Can this possibly... Oh. I don't know what that was.
Can this possibly be
Have
true?
you been taking me for a fool? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? I just wanted to see the double spin. Or...
You hoped that by admitting to becoming an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do
shit.
shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that.
You're so desperate it makes you look silly.
I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. He's watched a lot of rigor mortis to deduce all the logic and the evidence. Ha, logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean?
Like the gaping hole you left in Mr. Odie Asman? Oh.
I thought it'd be obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Mr. Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there.
I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive. But there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. What if you had a reason? No, when you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What?
Don't. What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seems strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would want to kill...
Hold on.
The scalpels.
Hold on. Yeah, isn't the scalpel like
Save.
the A for Asman? Or
The A is for Andrew.
oh, Andrew Screwdriver.
Yeah.
The Iron
I think
Man?
it's scalpels.
You think it's scalpels?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I will trust you
wanna
on that,
save,
but just in case, because we haven't saved in a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm recommending a save even.
Oh yeah, wasn't that the? Didn't we see in like the journal that for some reason they were buying a shit ton of scalpels?
Yeah.
It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels? How the fuck did you
Ah.
pronounce it like that?
It would appear that the word has struck a chord, Doctor. You... come on, out with it! It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month!
500 scalpels? A month?
At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organization relies heavily on extortion for its funding.
Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's accounts to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. Ugh. Ugh.
That's
10 years
stupid.
ago.
Why are you buying so many scalpels?
When Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may as well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade.
Her darkest secret. Good lord! You mean...
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, or who shot him. That's still a mystery. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up.
We know who.
So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it. I mean, she was kind of. You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might to silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever.
Ooh, hey,
You'll
bitch.
never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. Ooh. The morose white
I'm going
fades.
to the final option of this trial. We did it. Woo! Oh,
As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened.
Cyborg silence.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate had over you all these years. How poetic.
Cyborg silence. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. Cyborg silence. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have a talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
I just want to take a second to appreciate how broad his shoulders are in this pose. Anyway, sorry.
Careful, Mr. Drebber. Cyborg silence.
Eldritch in all caps
Why is this
saying. Sorry.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? Oh.
So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim.
Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge.
Interesting that we're getting a confession, but we haven't gotten the breakdown yet.
Yeah.
Revenge
Somebody break down! Damn!
for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which is where the very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
Cyborg silence.
The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events were all true,
Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened, even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had.
So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise.
Cyborg silence.
He's still swagged out.
Let me
It's okay.
vogue a little bit. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan.
What a horrid tale!
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer.
Sorry, I just really like the animation where
Same.
he slams the fit. Anyway. Oh, sorry. Oh, fade to white to a slam view. Huh.
Oh shit.
That was kind of intense. It was not a peaceful fade to white. Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you?
Did I?
Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded as a failure and a fraud. Honestly, Ryunosuke's spinning right now. Perhaps life
I
treated
got caught. Damn it.
Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I thought, for a second, I thought Ryunosuke was about to say, like, you killed Asman, and Asman had dreams and hopes, and I was like, come on. But when he revealed it was Harebrain, I was like, okay, that
Nar.
makes more sense.
Hairbrain.
Cyborg silence.
Oh?
You? And we're done.
Alright.
Lord Van Zeeks. What of Dr. Scythe?
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion, like perhaps the next 2 chapters. For now, Professor Harebrain. I'm back!
Oh, yes? This trial got very derailed. I don't know what's happening anymore.
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
Professor?
I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it all is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor, that's not true.
Be nice to my friend.
Don't
What?
tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Oh,
And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
oh, that Zeeks. Oh. Thank you, Barrack. Dunk.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. None from me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think that this is the right decision.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
Huh? What's that? It's done, is it? It's all over?
I don't know what's become of the art these days. I recognize the place.
Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty.
Woo! Confetti! Confetti!
Confetti and
I'm gonna go take a quick
fireworks,
pee break. I will
hooray!
be back in 5 seconds.
Go piss.
Enjoy your piss.
Court is adjourned.
Did you telling me he's not gay? Benzix, I mean, yeah, no. Absolutely, there's something fruity going on with that man. I don't know what it is, but it's something fruity. Woo. Hooray. We did it. I'm so sleepy. Mm.
I'm back. I'm back.
Hey, Drax.
Oh shit.
Give me like an arbitrary rating of how close my theory was. Don't tell me what the rating scale is, but just give me an arbitrary rating. I just want to know for my own peace of mind.
Who are you talking to? Oh, also the mic fell.
Shit. I'm talking to Drax, and I sent him my theory about the thing that I think is like
The big truth?
one of the biggest, like one of the biggest mysteries in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm asking him to give me like an arbitrary system
Of how
essentially, like,
accurate
an
you're about,
arbitrary-
basically?
yeah, like an arbitrary 1 to 10 of how close I am.
Yeah.
But
you could always
to
use
not
a,
tell
you
me
know,
what the scale is.
warmer and colder scale. That's a measurement of truth.
Yeah, but then I'd know.
Okay, alright.
Then I know if I'm warm or cold. I want like an arbitrary thing.
It's Jover.
I know it won't get me any closer to knowing if I'm correct or not, but I know that eventually I'll learn if I'm
Ooh,
correct. I
Eldridge
just
says
want to
3 out of 10. So there's some things
Oh.
there. There's some things there. That was some trial.
Huh. Interesting.
And Sholmes didn't interject even once. He kind of just prematurely gave us important evidence and dipped.
Hello.
Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, it is! Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain!
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Susato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realized you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Ah! Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... We don't seek any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. See, this is why I couldn't be like a protagonist in a story, because they'd be like, oh, please let me give you money. I'd be like, no, it's okay. And they're like, but please let me give... And I'd be like, okay, if you insist.
Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! A little book. How about this, as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Well, just as a memento then. Thank you.
A mini memento?
A mini memento? I've been wondering, Professor,
Memento?
what are you going to do now?
Oh my, yes. What am I going to do now? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the Great Exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me.
Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that? Who? Is that Barrack?
I can't allow that.
Oh, I knew it! I had a feeling!
Ah!
I had a feeling! Oh my god, his waist is so grabbable. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here? Sorry, it's getting late and I'm getting like simultaneously like stressed and tired and also like hungry, but like a specific kind of hungry. You know? Just like the way he's. Oh man.
Pathetic.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
His waist is very small.
Yeah, do you see the
Buddy.
shoulder to waist ratio? Like, yeah, damn.
Yeah, Damn! Why's your waist so small, huh? For other people to grab?
Exactly.
Whore?
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. He seems into it.
You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right?
He thinks we're a good defense lawyer. I always knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town?
Gay!
It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Yee.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
What?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I rather already purchased the tickets.
Mm-hmm. But no! Hold on a minute, Barak.
Eldred says, like, listen, Albert, I'm not gay, shuts the door. That makes me think of that Dire Won't Be Kid meme where it's like, I'm not gay, Gregory. And then, like, he shuts the door and Greg just, like, bursts into tears.
What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me.
No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Oh, sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barak.
Lord Van Zeeks? What's all this about?
Unnecessary precaution.
Hmm.
Yes,
Hmm.
I think I understand.
You do?
Well,
Inosuke.
Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, thinking it was pretty nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
Oh, you mean
Hmm.
the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their end days, or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up till now. Oh, interesting! Oh, so he's saying to go back to Germany so he's safe from the Reaper's curse. Oh, wait, that's sad!
Yeah.
That's sad!
Ah.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Oh!
A close personal friend.
History would say that they're close personal friends. Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it?
Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks?
In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
He's a tsundere.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Ah, yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Nodohogo. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor. Hairbrain.
Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany.
Oh, Deutschland!
Deutschland! Anyway, goodbye for now.
Woman!
Woman.
Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you were gone too.
I thought you womaned away.
We have matters to— Yes, but I womaned back. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You wanna talk with
We
me?
have matters to discuss?
I'll be
Ayo.
waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Oh my god! There's a fucking wagon that's on fire in the courtroom again! And Barrack von Zeeks is I don't know.
Ah!
It's like the fucking,
The waxwork figure that we brought
McGilded
in
thing
the
again.
fire.
Don't ever meet someone in the courtroom after a trial, because someone's gonna die.
Don't do it.
For some reason, I
No.
didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. You walk in and Barrack is naked on the desk. Don't give me hope, Eldridge. The enigma, Barrack von Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? They call him Barrack because, he likes to lay himself bare when the time is right. You know?
Thank you, Sangsangle. Very cool.
Very cool. Please talk about the assistant, please, please,
Please!
We are so hungry. We
Please.
will take
I
anything.
swear to God. Ah! Why is that still there? Oh, he's there! He blends
So,
in with the background.
Are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a grave injustice. Yeah, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese come from.
Benzik's background!
Lore dump?
Lore! Benzik's lore!
Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. Oh yeah, didn't he say that he had like he had a friend who was a Japanese man who then disappeared or something? I vaguely remember that. I thought I'd never hear that name in the courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As a part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So you've actually met my father?
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. Oh boy, when I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight at the time.
In plain sight? Was he a part of the government?
Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Is that the fucking friendship treaty?
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Peace and Harmony and Good Vibes was being concluded. The leaders
My
of
Little
both-
Pony sounded ass treaty.
The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. The Friendship Treaty was also followed up by the Laughter and the Kindness and the Generosity Treaty, of course. Which was why this particular killer's appearance in
Not the
court,
honesty and the loyalty ones, though.
yes, was conducted as a closed trial. If the British police had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up in war.
What? A war between Britain and Japan?
It's a good thing that's never happened in history, where Britain and Japan are on different sides. Right, guys? Right, fellas? Anyway.
But that would mean, oh my, you mean to say the professor was...
Professor Mikotoba? Sorry. Oh, hold on. Where are you going?
When the trial reached its
Oh,
conclusion,
shit, his voice! It's a cutscene,
I
it's a
thought to
cutscene!
myself, yes, it's time.
Sorry, I just really like his voice.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
He could be a little more baritone.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum.
He needs like
So
2
see
more
for
shots of
yourselves now.
testosterone.
Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Hold on. Roll wildfire. Do you have any guesses before this is revealed? I am completely at a loss. Do you... Okay, let's narrow it down. Do you think it's a character we've seen before?
One? Oh shit, I have to mute this because now there's the overlap.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry about that.
Okay. Who did he say he went with on that trip? Because Mikatoba went on the trip with, it was himself, the judge, and somebody else.
Yes, I
Did
think
he
I remember
ever
that.
say?
I don't think he ever said. It might have been that third mysterious Japanese person.
Yeah.
What if it's Ouchie? I'm
I
kidding.
don't- Holy shit.
Holy shit!
Drax, did he ever say the third person?
It might have
that
been
he
like
went
a
with on
name,
the trip?
but like
And I
never a
think-
face. That might
Maybe.
be the case.
When I was playing this, I was thinking the professor was Professor Mikatoba.
Yeah, I did.
That's the immediate connection,
Yeah.
but it feels like the incorrect one. Considering that...
So it has to have been.
The
So
third
it's
person
the
was not
implication that it's a
mentioned yet.
Japanese person because he said if it came
Yeah.
out, there would be a war.
Yeah. I assume that it's the secret third option
Yeah,
person.
who we have not met. Okay, I will continue.
Yeah.
I will continue.
Yeah.
The seriousness of this moment is slightly downplayed by the fact that Mouse.
He's just been standing there.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now,
Oh.
the thought never even crossed my mind.
Rinosuke has a lot more like testosterone in his voice than I realized. I apologize for giving him my regular voice, which is a bit on the higher end.
That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
He looks kind of Asian, not gonna lie. I think it's the pale eyes, but
Wait a
Oh
minute.
shit.
That face. I feel
What's
as
that
though
stupid
I've
what
seen
is it with
somewhere. It's strangely
motherfuckers
familiar.
with weird mustaches?
oh! Is that Kazuma's dad?
What? Oh!
Is it Kazuma's dad? Holy shit! Holy shit! Throw the cake! Throw the cake!
He's fucking pissed.
Father.
I knew it! I called it! I called it!
Oh!
I called it! I literally called it!
Dude.
What? Father?
Oh. Ah!
Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories return.
His memories returned?
Oh shit!
Look at him, he's so handsome! Oh, I want him! I want him so bad! He looks so good in white! Also, look at the lines that emphasize his abs and, like, pecs. What the fuck? They were cooking.
Damn!
Also, he's so pretty. Oh my god, I love men. He's so pretty.
pretty. Ah!
Oh, Rinosuke.
again.
Oh, Rinosuke's face. Oh, this hurts.
Oh!
My friend.
The return of the great departed soul!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily.
And so stupidly, Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence. Oh,
Hell yeah, fraught with your swords. I mean, who said that? Who said that?
Karuma, great blade of the Asogi clan,
Sorry.
passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. He couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened,
Did we ever learn why
It
he
also
was writing in
suffers
Russian for some reason?
that I inherit the
I
sword.
forgot. It was so long
I don't
ago.
think so.
And I've kept it with me ever since,
Oh.
along with my
Alright,
memories
well, it
of the
doesn't matter.
friendship we shared.
Susanoo, I can't believe you were wearing your cute British outfit way back then. Really innovative of you.
Wow.
With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Oh my god! Stop! Stop! Oh, it even has his
They're so
bandana!
fucking gay!
Like, the sword has the bandana wrapped around it. That's the little red ribbon.
God damn it!
I've made it. At last. Father.
It was the
Are you
Russian crew
saying-
members trying to pin the
Surely
death
not.
on Reno's
You
K.
mean you
Okay.
knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Damn!
Chop his fucking head off. Get him.
Ah! Get his ass!
Get he ass. Oh, Eldritch
Ryunosuke.
says it was the Russian crew members trying to pin the death. Okay, so it was interference.
We have much to talk about.
Brother,
But now is
I
not the
said that.
time.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yes,
I'll
we
be
do.
seeing you.
No, Cosma, don't be plagued by your inner demons. We have so much romance to do. We need to turn this game into a dating sim, Cosma.
Please!
That's
Please!
Kazuma said.
Oh!
Before he turned and left us there in the courtroom.
This is turning into a real Sasunaru situation, if you get my drift. So he is the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Sogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeeks' apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended.
Thank God the amnesia didn't last for that long.
Yeah. Jesus. The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Woman.
The woman! There he goes.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me. It was the first time I'd ever seen him.
Poor Susato-san.
All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time, as if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
That's how stories work, Naruhodo. When the chapter ends, another one begins. Sorry, I probably ruined like a very poetic moment.
Unless it's the end of the book.
But yeah, end. Yeah, unless it's the end, yeah. But, and Eldritch says, oh, demasking. Oh! That's true. It's the demasking of both the professor and also Kazuma.
Yeah. And also going a little bit mask off with the judicial system.
That's true.
Of England.
Oh, Jesus, that looks frightening. So this is like, the balloons and the stuff. This looks like a fucking Bendy and the Ink Show horror creepypasta.
Okay,
yeah.
So it's very late, but Eldritch said if you could peek at episode 4 before ending stream just a couple of minutes. I'm willing to do that.
We will peek.
Alright, looks like a cutscene. I hope Beric Manzik doesn't die. He's been giving slight death flags.
Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder.
Interesting.
Executed
It's
man's
the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Instead of night.
Puppy.
Puppy.
And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow.
Alright.
For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Alright.
The game is afoot.
I really like that the trial ended that way because that fed us very well. I will say that.
Real.
We got the Barrack content,
Right
we
after
got
the
Cosma
cutscene,
content.
maybe a minute or so.
8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Cosma regaining his memory, we were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel.
Waterloo? The 1st of November.
Professor Mikatoba is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we
my
got here
God.
in time.
I know exactly why Drax wanted... Drax!
Why? Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-san's father...
I'm right. All
Do you
right.
suppose my father knew that he was actually the mass murderer, the professor?
Oh, sorry, the estrogen. That he was actually the mass murderer, the professor, you mean?
I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true.
Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikatoba knew about Cosma going missing in Hong Kong as well?
That's right, but for some reason, he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it.
That probably means he knows then about Cosma showing up here in London with amnesia and that he's regained his memory now.
Ah, there she is.
Oh!
Oh, there she is.
Oh, it's
Yep,
the sexies!
I knew it. I knew it. That's exactly the reason why Drax wanted us to go into this chapter.
Okay, firstly, can I just appreciate, you can see the ponytail very well. He is looking mighty fine in the suit. The Dilf Judge, there he is.
Oh, father!
Also, I am slightly disappointed because I thought that it would be something a little bit more like story related, but you know what, Eldritch,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah, no. As soon as I saw that, oh, Professor Mikatoba should be arriving soon. Ha! Who was Professor Mikatoba traveling with to Great Britain? I wonder why Drax wanted us to go into this chapter a little bit. I understand you. The gay-to-gay communication. I know you. Do you want to call it here?
I'm calling it here because it's almost 2 and it's definitely really, really late because I gotta wake up at fucking 7 tomorrow. So I'm kind of fucked, bro.
Ooh, yeah, brother,
It's
go to
okay.
sleep.
I was sacrificing this particular night's sleep for Ace Attorney. I'll catch up another day.
Yeah. Oh, the lovely background.
Alright.
They're sleepy.
Thank you to people who are
Drax
still
with the-
watching,
okay, thank
including
you.
Drax. Alright.
Dude.
Senging sleep.
Truly, it's me and Drax.
Gang asleep. I'm just typing them. Did I just write Sangle? Damn it. I didn't even write Sang correctly. That's how sleepy I am. That's okay. Alright. Thanks guys for coming. Gang sleep. Thank you, Real Wildfire, for typing the correct version of that. I will copy it to affirm.
It took a little bit.
Dang bang me. Thank you.
Bang bang me.
Sorry. I intend to go into choir mode when I yawn sometimes. Anyway, that'll be it for us, Twitch. Real Wildfire, my friends. Will you be present next week?
I should be, but I will let
Okay.
you know if that changes.
Definitely. So, I will tentatively pencil you in for another Ace Attorney stream next week.
Olé!
Olé! Goodbye, Twitch!
Olé.
Good night! Also, Jesus Christ,
good
6
morning.
hours. Good morning.
Holy.
It's really only Ace Attorney that I can just keep going for because I'm just like a little.
Yeah. There is the constant stimulation and us not having to create the content.
That's true. Alrighty.
It's nice.
Bye, Twitch. Good night.
Good morning.